Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News. Merry Christmas to everyone tuning in from the Al Arabiya team. These are our top stories. US authorities find over 1 million new Jeffrey Epstein documents set for release in the coming weeks. The Kremlin is reviewing the US-backed Ukraine peace plan as a Russian port suffers a drone attack. And Pope Leo celebrates Christmas Mass at St. Peter's Basilica and speaks out on Gaza's suffering. Now, US authorities have uncovered over 1 million additional documents potentially linked to Jeffrey Epstein, with plans to release them in the coming weeks. The Justice Department is reviewing the files to protect victims before publication. Lawmakers have criticized delays and heavy redactions, while prior document releases have implicated prominent figures connected to Epstein's network. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington, D.C. by correspondent Jaagruti Dubey. Jaagruti, thank you so much for joining me today. So another day and more news about the Epstein files. What is the Department of Justice saying about these new documents?
Yeah, it's another day and yet more defending from the Department of Justice. It's facing a lot of criticism about how it's handled these files in the past. And now what it's saying in a social media post on X is that the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York and the FBI have informed the Department of Justice that they have uncovered over 1 million more documents potentially related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. Now, they didn't say when the Department of Justice received these documents, but they're saying that they are reviewing them for release. The law means that they they are able to redact any information that could expose the identity of victims or that could be sensitive to ongoing federal investigations. So they're in the process of reviewing and redacting these latest tranche of documents that they say they've received. They say in that post that we have lawyers working around the clock and we will release the documents as soon as possible. Due to the mass volume of material, this process may take a few weeks. So yet more delays, and media reports here in the US are saying that there are around 200 lawyers that have been recruited to work on the redactions here. But also, according to media reports, that this number is not enough, that they're asking lawyers to volunteer to stay over the holiday period to try to work on these latest documents as fast as possible to try to get them out, because there's obviously a lot of pressure on the DOJ to release these. They've already missed that Friday deadline, last Friday, given by the law enacted by Congress to release the full documents. So a lot of pressure on the Department of Justice, and yet now they're saying that they have got potentially more than 1 million more documents to review.
And as the Epstein files have been released, the DOJ and the Trump administration has been accused of a cover-up. Why have we seen so much intense criticism because of the documents that have been released already?
I think a lot of experts are saying that it's that the administration has really hamstrung themselves by the manner of the release, the way that they've handled it. They've effectively made the situation a lot worse for themselves because of confused messaging, mixed messaging. So, if we go right back from the start, Donald Trump said he was in favor of releasing the Epstein files, the so-called Epstein files, on the campaign trail. A lot of his supporters really, really want these documents out in the public domain. But then he went back on that and didn't really push for the release of those files. And then the pressure mounted, and then he had to do a U-turn. One of his most loyal supporters, Marjorie Taylor Greene, went against the president because of the delays by the Department of Justice on getting these files out in the open. They've broken, she's broken with the president on this and other issues. So this has been a real thorn in the administration side and President Trump's side. And In the latest series of documents that we've seen, we've had 10,000 released earlier in the week. We've now got these more than a million that are being, a million more that are being reviewed. And in these earlier documents, the way that the some administration officials were messaging, on the one hand, some of those implicated for some of those mentioned in the documents, for example, Bill Clinton administration officials went hard on making a big deal about this. But then in other documents that mentioned Donald Trump, they said, some of these don't take these with a pinch of salt. Not all the documents are true. Some of them are fake. Some of them are fabrications. Now, it has to be said, mention of a name in these documents does not mean that they are implicated in any wrongdoing. Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, they have not been accused of doing anything wrong. Donald Trump has repeatedly said he has no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein, his activities. He said that he used to be friends with him back when they were in Palm Beach, but that he broke friendship with him before his first arrest, describing Epstein as a creep. So despite all of this, it's this mixed messaging, it's the delays, there was a series of documents that were released and then they were pulled back and then released back again. It's unclear why this happened. So all of this is leading to a lot of confusion and a lot of people leaving room for those accusations that there's something underhand going on.
And along with the First Lady, Melania Trump, President Donald Trump took calls from multiple children. Let's just take a listen to one of those calls right now, Jagriti.
What would you like Santa to bring?
Not coal.
Not coal. No, you don't want coal. Well, coal is, you mean clean, beautiful coal. I had to do that, I'm sorry. No, coal is clean and beautiful. Please remember that.
So, Jagriti, the child clearly touched a nerve when it came to coal. What more can you tell us about that phone in that he had?
Yeah, this is an absolutely intriguing tradition that Donald Trump and the First Lady have taken part in. Another example of a rather odd conversation with a child was when Donald Trump talked about, a child asked, "Where's Santa?" And Donald Trump talked about, we need to check that Santa's good. We don't want him being infiltrated. With Santa could be a bad Santa, but no, we know that Santa's good now. And all of this is this very odd sort of injection of politics into this Christmas tradition, talking to children about, Santa being infiltrated, about coal being clean coal. It's just an indication that, even in the Christmas tradition, even in the Christmas period, politics is not far from the president's mind.
Yeah, absolutely. It was actually quite an amazing phone-in, and it was almost entertaining to watch. Jagriti Duvey, thank you so much for joining us. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. At least 5 people have died in a bomb blast at a mosque in northeastern Nigeria's Borno state. The packed mosque was targeted in the attack, which also left 35 people injured. No group has claimed responsibility. 11 suspects have been arrested in connection with a mass shooting at a tavern in South Africa that did leave 9 people dead. Authorities say 9 of those who were arrested are Lesotho nationals, while 1 is from Mozambique. Turkey has arrested more than 100 suspected ISIS members believed to be planning attacks during the holiday season. Authorities say 115 were taken into custody, with 22 others detained following intelligence of potential Christmas and New Year plots, according to the Istanbul's prosecutor's office. A powerful winter storm is battering California with heavy rain, strong winds and mountain snow. Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency for multiple countries, including Los Angeles and San Diego. Forecasts warn of flash floods and mudslides, especially in areas still recovering from last year's wildfires. At least 1 person has died in a weather-related crash in Sacramento County. And finally, Nazareth Ashura has won the presidential election in Honduras. This comes after weeks of delays following technical problems and allegations of fraud. The Conservative National Party candidate is backed by US President Donald Trump and won the 40.3% of that vote. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov says the Kremlin is reviewing documents on a possible end to the war in Ukraine brought by US envoy Kirill Dmitriev. This comes as two oil tanks at Russia's Temerpry port caught fire after a reported Ukrainian drone attack. Washington and Kyiv had made progress on a peace plan, with Kyiv securing key concessions before sending it to Moscow. For more on this, I'm joined by correspondent Dasha Chernyshova. Dasha, thank you so much for joining us. Let's begin with the Kremlin says Russia is analysing US documents on the Ukraine peace deal and that Putin has sent Christmas wishes to President Donald Trump. Is this a positive signal that the deadlock in talks could now possibly be broken?
Well, it is very difficult to say whether the deadlock could be broken without Russia making sure that its red lines are well observed in the document that is on the table, because at the moment we understand that Moscow is analyzing the proposals that have been brought by its economic envoy Kirill Dmitriev. Those proposals were discussed between him and the American representatives over the past weekend in Miami. And according to what we have heard from the Ukrainian leader, it does seem that Moscow won't be satisfied by some of the provisions of that document. So Russia says now that the Russian president will be making his assessment, and given what he says, Russia will decide on further steps when it comes to the negotiations. And obviously Russia sending the Russian president sending celebrations on Christmas to the US President Donald Trump is a positive sign, but that is far from being decisive. At this stage, we understand that Russia will be making sure that its red lines are well observed and taken into account. One important thing to take into consideration here is that Russia is making more gains on the ground, and that is something that Moscow always reminds of to the Western partners of Kyiv. And obviously there are fears in Moscow that the loan has just recently been given by the European Union to Kyiv is not something that is designed to bring Kyiv to the negotiating table. Instead, this is something that encourages the Ukrainians to continue the fighting.
And Zelensky has hinted that Ukraine is planning to offer Russia the potential withdrawal of Ukrainian troops from the east. Is this something that President Putin is now willing to agree on and possibly make concessions?
Well, what we know from Russia is that the territorial issue is one of the core the negotiating table. Moscow is saying that it has new regions enshrined in its constitution, and what they want to see is the withdrawal of the Ukrainian troops from all of those territories, something which has been a non-starter for Ukraine in its turn. And also we are hearing from the Kremlin that it will be of negotiations and negotiators' work to talk about concessions that have to be made, because we know that Russia has been making gains on other directions in Ukraine, regions such as Sumy region, Dnipropetrovsk, Kharkiv region. All of those territories are not on the Russian constitution. So the suggestion from the political observers here is that there are ways to negotiate. But again, this will be up to the negotiators and the art of diplomacy, whether they can agree on that or not. The pressing issue here is that how far the sides will be willing to continue this shuttle diplomacy that is being conducted by the United States, with many political analysts here wondering and saying that the US has to be the strong side that should be deciding in favor of one of the sides. They can't be that swing vote that flip-flops between the two.
And it's really interesting because you say to me Russia is making more gains on ground at the moment, and that's something that President Putin is reminding everybody of. But I find it quite interesting that in his Christmas Eve address, Zelensky wished Putin would perish, and that's as Ukraine has taken full control of the Kupiansk region and also of the Temariek port that we've seen. So Ukraine is fighting back at the moment. And I don't know what you think of the situation that Russia is facing, because they are having some targeted attacks back at them.
Indeed, there are attacks by Ukraine. Those are the attacks carried out normally with the drones against, including civilian targets on the Russian territory. And indeed, they are persistent. But interestingly, we've heard over the past couple of weeks, the Russian MOD officials giving the briefing to the Russian president saying that Russian air defenses are now dealing much better, 75% better, with preventing those attacks from taking place, with interception of the drones, interception of the missiles. So the radio electronic warfare as well as air defense systems are more sophisticated in Russia at this stage. As for the territorial gains, we've heard the Russian president last week during his Q&A session speaking about those gains and the Ukrainian counterclaims about them holding the territories which Russia had previously claimed as being captured by Russia. And President Vladimir Putin has been saying that this is simply not true, that Ukraine is misleading the Western partners, and that narrative coming from Ukraine is just to convince the Western partners that the Ukrainians are still doing fine on the battlefield. Again, this is obviously subject of the Ministry of Defense, something that they will have to be commenting on. But for now, we are hearing from the MOD, at least here on the Russian territory, that they are making gains without ceding the territories that they had previously captured to Ukraine back.
And it's really interesting because the Pope is actually urging Russia and Ukraine to find courage for direct talks. The Pope has been, of course, speaking today on Christmas Day. Do you think it's possible that we could ever see Putin and Zelensky finding the courage to meet each other in the same room?
Well, we've heard repeatedly from the Ukrainian president, Vladimir Zelensky, that he wants to sit down with the Russian president, Vladimir Putin. And Putin has been in his turn saying that he is ready for such a summit, but only when there is something to be agreed upon, when all of the details are finalized, not as some interim meeting that he is ready to have. But also, interestingly, we are hearing a lot from Russia about Ukrainian president's legitimacy. The Russians are casting doubt that Zelensky is the president who will be able to sign on any of the documents. They will be in doubt and they will be in question, according to Moscow's narrative, in the future. And this is something that the Western countries could further be using to derail any of those arrangements and to say that they are null and void. And also, we are hearing some very strong statements from the Ukrainian president, Vladimir Zelensky, about Putin wishing him to perish. And to that, the Kremlin has been saying that this is uncultural, angry, and shows that the Ukrainian leader has little adequacy. So Russia is casting doubt on whether Zelensky is, in his turn, actually able to negotiate. So it is very difficult to see in the foreseeable future how the two leaders could be sitting down face to face.
Dasha Chernyshova, great to have you back on the show with me. Thank you so much for joining me. Now, the son of former Bangladeshi Prime Minister and frontrunner in the country's upcoming parliamentary elections has ended a 17-year exile and has returned home. Experts say Tariq Rahman's arrival signals a major shift in the South Asian nation's political landscape, as Patrick Falk reports.
In a Facebook post on Thursday, Tariq Rahman wrote, "Finally, Sylhet, on the soil of Bangladesh." Despite living in exile for nearly 2 decades, the 60-year-old's influence over Bangladesh's opposition politics remains strong. He's the acting chairman of the Bangladesh Nationalist Party and has been based in London since 2008. The eldest son of ex-President Zia Rahman, who was assassinated in 1981, and former Prime Minister Khaleda Zia, he joined the BNP in 1988 and rose to prominence as its senior joint secretary in 2002. But he was detained on corruption charges during an anti-graft drive in 2007, brought during a military-backed interim government, charges he rejected as bogus. The following year, he left the country for medical treatment and hasn't returned until now. From London, he continued to shape BNP's strategy, addressing rallies via video calls and meeting party leaders abroad. Authorities dropped all charges against Rahman following the fall of the Awami League government last year. In January, he reunited with his mother at Gatwick Airport after more than 7 years apart. Khalida Zia had been under house arrest but was given permission to receive medical treatment abroad. But Rahman's return comes at a fragile moment. A mass uprising that ousted Sheikh Hasina a year ago has left the country under an interim government. Earlier this month, a key figure in that student-led movement was shot in the head by masked assailants while launching his campaign for the election due in February. Sharif Osman Hadi's death has prompted a wave of unrest in the country. Rahman is expected to contest in a traditional stronghold in northern Bangladesh. Speaking to party members earlier this week, he warned difficult times lie ahead, so we must all remain united. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Pope Leo has celebrated Christmas morning Mass today at St. Peter's Basilica, becoming the first pope to do so since Pope John Paul, then second more than 30 years ago. In his sermon, Leo drew attention to the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza, calling for compassion. The new pope highlighted the struggles of the homeless worldwide and the destruction caused by the war ahead of his traditional blessing, which will happen later today. For more on this, I'm joined from Rome by journalist Elena Trabatoni. Elena, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. First of all, what stood out from last night's Mass, and what does Leo's approach tell us about what kind of pope he wants to be?
Well, Leigh Ann, great to be speaking to you about this because it's really, really interesting. I have to say that it was Pope Leo's first Christmas Mass, and it all stood out, from the rain to the crowds, to the atmosphere in the Basilica, to his calls for peace and for unity across the world. And yesterday, incredibly, when thousands of people could not fit into the Basilica for Christmas Eve, for the traditional midnight Mass, and the weather was absolutely stormy and wet and cold, he got up and went outside before the Mass, and he was walking around with an umbrella and greeting the pilgrims in Italian and English, apologizing that St. Peter's wasn't big enough to hold all the crowds that were present, telling them to take courage. He stood there in the rain with them, and people on the ground told me that's a very, very powerful image that they have, a memory they will be carrying with them for the rest of their life, for a very long time. And today, of course, he restored something, as you said, he restored something that had not been seen for 30 years in the Catholic Church, a full Christmas Day Mass, starting at around 10 a.m. this morning. The Basilica packed again, St. Peter's Basilica packed again. A Pope saying that liturgy physically in the heart of the city, in the heart of the Vatican city, not just on screens. That's something we have not seen for a very long time across Italy, across the Vatican, across the world for Catholic believers. And this choice of presence over distance shapes his message, and everyone feels shapes things that will come after. At least that's according to Vatican experts I've been speaking to. And in his homily, in the Urbi et Orbi address, Pope Leo didn't hide behind the doctrine. He named suffering directly, and he talked about Gaza, about the Ukraine, Sudan, Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Israel. everything was in his mind, on his mind, as he was, giving the homily. And he drew people verbally into the tents at Gaza, tents he said were exposed to rain, wind and cold, echoing the pilgrims that he'd stood with the night before in St. Peter's Square in the cold and the rain and the wind. And he talked about young people forced to take up arms, and the difficulty they were facing in doing this. But what cut deepest, and I'm sorry, it was such a powerful moment that, I could talk a lot about it, but I will wind up quickly. But what cut deepest was this, his comment on, human flesh asking for care. Mm-hmm. He went beyond theory and he went very much on the ground with the people, and, asking those present to be grateful, to be helpful, and to take action in terms of calling for ceasefires, peace, and so forth.
Alina, like you just said to me, this was a different Mass today, today's full Christmas Mass we haven't seen in a really long time, of course. But, I've just been listening to you speaking to me, and I was watching the Pope deliver his message. And, of course, he spoke about Ukraine, he spoke about the plight in Gaza. Do you think he is becoming a really political Pope?
Well, in a sense, yes, but his action is slightly different from his predecessors in that he's not calling on the governments to take action. In the sense, his message goes to the governments as well, but he's very much leveraging Catholic believers' sense of responsibility. So he's really positioning himself to be a moral force in the current geopolitical situation, but without delving and getting completely immersed in day-by-day politics. And this came across in many ways. He spoke about Yemen, Mali, Burkina Faso, and, he equally pointed out that or the message that was transmitted and also that has been analysed by Vatican experts is that he's calling on activists and Catholic believers to take action and to contribute towards resolving some of these problems, to calling for ceasefires, to contributing to working towards, people putting down their arms, to taking in immigrants. He even called on, people living in prison that are living in inhumane conditions to be helped and supported, the unemployed as well. He framed peace as something that begins when people change. So when Catholic believers change, not when governments take action top down. It's a very grassroots message that he was coming across with. And he's positioning Catholics and the Catholic Church, of course, as a moral force that really can't be ignored because just due to the sheer volume of Catholic believers across the world. And the real impact of his message, it's going to be, according to many of the experts I've spoken to, on Catholic activists, on workers, on diplomats, and politicians as well, who are Catholic. We have a lot of high-profile politicians who are Catholic across the world, and now they have a Pope giving them moral permission to resist, to question, to act. And, going back to the rain of yesterday, it's now part of the message. A Pope in the weather with pilgrims locked out versus a Pope in the Basilica, detached from the masses and the pilgrims. And, his message calling for justice for the homeless, dispossessed, and those that are suffering today was very, very strong.
And Alina, while you've been talking to me and while you've been on screen, we can see those beautiful pictures of the Pope inside the Basilica. And it's always a really emotional time for the whole Catholic community, of course, the 25th of December. But you are in Italy yourself, you're close to the Vatican. What's the broader significance of Leo's first Christmases for audiences like me? I'm a Catholic and I'm beyond the Vatican, of course.
Well, I think really the real message here is that his style is going to be different. It's going to follow in the wake of his predecessors, because obviously the objective is always the same, but his style is definitely different. Different from Pope Francis. Pope Leo quoted him actually during the Christmas celebrations. Pope Francis was expansive, almost pastoral, in trying to embrace the whole world's pain at the same time. And different from Pope Benedict, he was an intellectual, theological, speaking to the mind. Pope Leo is something else. He's lyrical, but he's very direct. He uses poetry. He cited poetry during the Christmas celebrations, and then he cuts straight to the bone. Structurally, his approach is much, much tighter. What we can say is that, compared to Pope Francis, who was all embracing, who would spiral outwards and try and, reach out to everyone at the same time, touching on everything, Pope Leo moves in circles. His masses, his approaches move in circles, going deeper each time. They all end with the same theme, really. It all boils down to opening our hearts up to those in pain, and that this, for Catholic believers, transforms them into children of God. Here's what's most striking, and I think a lot of people will be taken away from these Christmas festivities, both analysts and experts, but also believers, pilgrims, and let's not forget, this year is Jubilee year in Italy. It's a 1 in a 25-year occurrence, and there's a huge inflow of pilgrims from all over the world. Leo restored the full Christmas Day Mass in St. Peter's, as we were saying earlier, for the first time in 30 years. And that's not really style, if you think about it. It's actually infrastructure. He's saying the Pope's physical presence, the Pope's body, should be in the basilica, and that it matters. And it shouldn't just be his word on screens. It should be him physically celebrating Mass. And that's very different from his predecessor's approach to the papacy itself. And also, the rain yesterday was very, very symbolic, and that made it very clear. When he walked out to address those locked out of the basilica, he wasn't performing charity. He was showing that a pope in the rain, talking to the crowds, is more important than staying dry in the basilica. So I think in a nutshell, that's Pope Leo's style, and that's what the message is going to be coming out of these Christmas festivities. It's presence over words. Flesh over abstraction, as he himself said. Responsibility over blame.
Elena Travatoni, Merry Christmas, and thank you so much for speaking to me and looking at those beautiful images and all the analysis of the Pope's Mass today. Thank you. Now, Catherine, the Princess of Wales, has shared a special Christmas moment with her daughter, Princess Charlotte, a festive piano duet broadcast to millions across the UK. The performance, recorded at Windsor Castle, opened this year's Together at Christmas service at Westminster Abbey. Take a quick listen.
At its heart, Christmas speaks of love taking form in the simplest, most human ways. Not in sentimental or grand gestures, but gentle ones. A moment of listening, a word of comfort, a friendly conversation, a helping hand, presence. These simple acts of care might seem small, but they contribute to the beautiful tapestry of life to which we all belong.
Meanwhile, in the US, President Donald Trump marked Christmas Eve with a call-in tradition to NORAD, chatting with children about Santa, cookies, and what they hope to find under the Christmas tree. But the president also injected politics into that festive moment, warning about a bad Santa infiltrating the country. Take a listen.
Yeah.
The dreams come true. on him?
Well, we track Santa all over the world. We want to make sure that Santa is being good. Santa's a very good person. We want to make sure that he's not infiltrated, that we're not infiltrating into our country a bad Santa. So we found out that Santa is good. Santa loves you. Santa loves Oklahoma like I do. You know, Oklahoma was very good to me in the election, so I love Oklahoma. Don't ever leave Oklahoma, okay?
Now, Catholics and visitors gathered in Paris on Christmas Eve for a solemn mass at Notre Dame, marking a powerful moment of return for the iconic cathedral. It's only the second Christmas service here since the landmark reopened earlier this month, following years of painstaking restoration. Notre Dame was closed for more than 5 years after a devastating 2019 fire tore through its roof and spire, absolutely shocking the world. Now restored with the help of hundreds of millions in global donations, the cathedral is once again welcoming worshippers home. Meanwhile, astronauts aboard the International Space Station are spreading holiday cheer from orbit, sending a special Christmas message to people on Earth. The crew decorated the station with stockings by the airlock and even showcased a small Christmas tree during their festive greeting. Take a quick look.
Greetings to planet Earth. All of our friends and family from Expedition 74 aboard the International Space Station, flying high above, thinking of you during this holiday season. During this season, it's about spending time with family and friends and enjoying time together and reflecting on the year that we've just had. And what a great year it's been for us as astronauts aboard Expedition 74 and previously Expedition 73. It's also a little bit sad because we're not with our families at the time, but actually we are. We're with our space family, so we're okay, and we're looking forward to spending the holidays together, and not just together up here aboard the space station, but all of our friends at the mission control centers across the planet in Houston and Huntsville and Munich and Moscow and Tsukuba, Japan. We're all going to celebrate the holidays together, and we're happy to share it with you.
A reminder of our top stories. US authorities find over 1 million new Jeffrey Epstein documents set for release in the coming weeks. The Kremlin reviews US-backed Ukraine peace plan as a Russian port suffers a drone attack. And Pope Leo celebrates Christmas Mass at St. Peter's Basilica and speaks out on Gaza's suffering. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. Merry Christmas from all of us here at Arabiya English. And, of course, happy holidays. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye. Once again, Merry Christmas and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News. where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Western media attention has centered on geopolitics and power politics, led by Ukraine peace negotiations, US-Russia tensions, and disputes over sanctions and digital regulation. Christmas coverage was present, but subdued in tone and often framed against heavier backdrops like war, economic strain, or political tension, rather than festive optimism. Major outlets balanced seasonal pieces with dominant hard news, making Christmas feel secondary rather than central in the overall news agenda. We'll start with US media, which centered on Ukraine peace talks, developments in the Epstein files, and President Trump's approval ratings, alongside broader foreign policy coverage. These hard news stories were balanced with lighter Christmas-themed reporting on travel, faith, and holiday traditions. The Washington Post focuses on the mounting problems facing the US Department of Justice after officials revealed they had uncovered more than 1 million additional pages linked to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. The piece also explains that the discovery has overwhelmed prosecutors, delayed releases beyond the legal deadline, and led to rushed redactions and confusing rollouts. It also highlights references to Donald Trump, which have intensified scrutiny, fueling criticism over transparency, competence, and political sensitivity. Politico argues that President Donald Trump's strong GDP growth masks a widening economic divide. The analysis contends that while headline figures show rapid expansion driven by consumer spending, the gains are concentrated among the top 10%, prompted by stocks, property, and rising high-end wages. It goes on to say that wealthy households are powering growth, while many Americans face rising debt, weak income gains, and higher borrowing costs, leaving voter sentiment sour despite an apparently booming economy. Foreign policy assesses the uneven global impact of Donald Trump's transactional foreign policy, identifying clear winners and losers in 2025. The piece highlights countries such as China, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Argentina, and Pakistan who benefited through eased tensions, economic deals, or political alignment with Trump. It also talks about other countries, including Venezuela, Iran, South Africa, Canada, and India, who faced sanctions, tariffs, or diplomatic strain. Overall, the piece argues Trump's mercurial decision-making rewards loyalty and leverage while punishing resistance, reshaping alliances with little emphasis on long-term stability. The New York Times offers an immersive look at President Trump's dramatically transformed Oval Office, recreated in 3D using hundreds of photographs. The feature argues that Trump's second-term redesign reflects a deliberate embrace of maximalism, with gold applique, antiques, mirrors, and also portraits, as you can see, crowding nearly every wall. The piece contends that the space functions less as a traditional workplace and more as a theatrical stage for power, branding, and also performance. It also highlights Trump's aesthetic that draws on European royal symbolism, personal luxury, and also historical imagery, reinforcing his self-image as a triumphant figure. Regarding Ukraine, Newsweek examines a notable shift by Volodymyr Zelensky, who signaled willingness to withdraw Ukrainian forces from parts of Donetsk and consider a demilitarized zone to advance peace talks. Framed also as a breakthrough after weeks of U.S.-led negotiations under President Trump, the peace stresses that territorial disputes remain the central obstacle. It clarifies that Ukrainian troop withdrawals would depend on reciprocal Russian pullbacks and international supervision, subject to a national referendum after a ceasefire. The New York Times explains why Russia is unlikely to accept a revised U.S.-Ukrainian peace plan presented by Volodymyr Zelensky, despite added security guarantees backed by Washington. The analysis contends that Moscow, led by Vladimir Putin, sees the proposal as offering no meaningful territorial compromise, while battlefield momentum favors Russia. The piece also includes a map highlighting contested regions, as you can see, showing Russia controlling most of Donetsk, while Ukraine still holds key areas Moscow demands, underscoring why negotiations remain stalled despite U.S. involvement under Donald Trump. European and British media focused on Ukraine peace talks and Russia, tensions with the Trump administration over sanctions and free speech, and also domestic political fallout. British outlets also highlighted royal Christmas coverage, cost of living pressures, and migration and policing debates. The Telegraph breaks down Volodymyr Zelensky's US-backed 20-point peace plan, presenting it as Kiev's most far-reaching compromise of the war. The report contends that while the proposal affirms Ukrainian sovereignty and secures Western security guarantees, it opens the door to territorial concessions, demilitarized zones, and post-war elections, long-standing Russian demands. Disputes over occupied regions and some other nuclear plants remain unresolved, underscoring how far Vladimir Putin and Kiev still are from a settlement. Le Monde details a sharp escalation in transatlantic tensions after EU condemned US sanctions targeting 5 Europeans involved in digital regulation, including former Commissioner Thierry Breton. The report explains that the mentioned names were accused by Washington of prompting censorship under EU tech rules, a claim Brussels rejected as unjustified interference. The piece also notes that Emmanuel Macron and German officials denounced the move as intimidation, reaffirming Europe's right to regulate its digital space and defend regulatory sovereignty. The Guardian commented on this American visa ban, arguing that they mark an opening in a broader Trump-era free speech confrontation. The analysis contends that MAGA-aligned politicians see EU and UK online safety laws as threats to Silicon Valley profits and absolutist views of free expression. It goes on to say that targeting figures like Thierry Breton sends a warning to regulators enforcing the Digital Services Act and Online Safety Act, signaling that transatlantic tech regulation will face sustained political and legal resistance. Another story that was reported internationally was Nasri Asfoura's narrow victory in Honduras's disputed presidential election. Animal Politico highlights how Asfoura won by less than 1 percentage point amid fraud allegations. The piece also underscores how Donald Trump's explicit backing, threats to cut U.S. aid, and diplomatic pressure played a decisive role in consolidating right-wing support. It concludes Trump's endorsement boosted Asfoura's credibility with voters and also institutions, helping secure his proclamation as president and marking the right's return to power after 4 years. And as the world is celebrating Christmas, the Palestine Chronicle offers a stark, human-centered portrait of Christmas in the Gaza Strip, where celebrations has been replaced by survival. The report focuses on displaced families sheltering in Holy Family Church. It shows faith practiced as endurance amid shortages and ongoing Israeli strikes. The peace contrasts Gaza's devastation with subdued observances in Bethlehem, underscoring how Palestinian Christians frame Christmas as solidarity, mourning, and resilience rather than festivity. And we'll go back to the Telegraph, where we will end on a lighter note with a special Christmas message as the Princess of Wales and her daughter Princess Charlotte surprised viewers by opening together at the Christmas Carol concert with a piano duet filmed at Windsor Castle. The moment highlighted their shared love of music and family connection, setting a reflective tone focused on kindness and simple acts of care. That's it from us today. Thank you for watching the dailies only on Arabiya English, and Merry Christmas.
Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand d'Abreu. Welcome to a W News special interview on Arabiya English, broadcasting from the Arabiya studios. It's been over 2 months since Israel and Hamas agreed to the first stage of a ceasefire agreement, which included the release of Israeli hostages and Palestinians. Hopes were high that the breakthrough would bring peace to a conflict that had lasted over 2 years, costing tens of thousands of lives. But both Israel and Hamas have accused one another of violating the truce, from the delay of hostage returns to Israel to the killing of a senior Hamas commander. Questions are being asked about the fragile agreement and whether or not the second stage can be achieved without the full completion of the first. Now, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has recently said that a second phase of the U.S. brokered peace plan to end the war in Gaza is close. But there are key issues that still need to be resolved. I'm now joined by the Israeli Foreign Minister, Gideon Sa'ar. Welcome to the program. Mr. Minister, given the background of what's going on between Israel and Hamas...
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining the program. I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Minister, is this ceasefire likely to hold on to the second phase? There seems to be multiple obstacles before implementing this plan.
We hope it will. Unfortunately, we are learning from public statements of Hamas seniors like Khaled Mashal and others that they don't have any intention to disarm and to demilitarize Gaza Strip. It is the heart of the Trump plan. And I hope this attitude will be changed, because we will not have clearly a progress without having a progress on the main issues. And the main issues is how Gaza Strip will not be a threat to the state of Israel. And this is directly connected to demilitarization, de-radicalization, and disarmament of Hamas and Islamic Jihad.
That's right. A major sticking point in phase 2 of the ceasefire is the disarmament of Hamas. Hamas refuses the idea of having their weapons taken away by force. Hamas has actually a different vision, they say, to disarm for the next 7 to 10 years, with guarantees that these weapons are hidden, kept, and not used. What happens if Israel and Hamas do not come eye to eye with a disarmament strategy in the coming days?
First of all, Hamas indeed has a different vision. The vision of Hamas is the elimination of the state of Israel. But it's not a matter of Israel opinion or Hamas opinion. The president's plan is very clear, and in the heart of it is the issue of disarmament and demilitarization of Gaza Strip. That will happen because we will not live with a terrorist state in our border. We made it clear. We said all the times that we will be happy to achieve our objectives in a diplomatic path with political means. So we give it a priority. We will give any possible help for the plan to be successful. and we hope it will be successful. But eventually, if it will not be successful, we will have to deal with the problem because we are the neighbors of Gaza Strip.
And do you truly believe that a mutual agreement can be reached between both parties?
Well, there is the plan. The plan theoretically was agreed by both parties. So we don't need a new plan. We need to implement the current plan. This is our intention. This is our will. And I hope that we will be successful with that.
Now, there's another key sticking point in the delayed return of the last Israeli hostage. This would be Ran Givli. What information, if any, is available about the whereabouts of his body?
Well, I cannot share a lot. I will only say that if Hamas really wants to bring it back, they are able to do that as much as they did it with all the other dead hostages. And I remind you that they told after a very small number of deceased bodies that they cannot do it, but eventually they did it. And it's the same with this issue. We demand it, and I hope it will be able to implement that and to have this last deceased body and bring him to a funeral in Israel.
Now, moving on to another point, U.S. Envoy Tom Burges just visited Israel this week. This was a preparatory step for the anticipated meeting between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and U.S. President Donald Trump coming up on December 29th in Florida. Reports are that this meeting was highly sensitive since Donald Trump is growing impatient over the stalled transition into the next phase of his plan for Gaza. What do you think will come out of this high-stakes meeting between both leaders?
First of all, I participated in this meeting, and there was the issue of Gaza and Gaza plan was not discussed at all. The issues of in this meeting was Turkey and Syria, since Ambassador Barak is the ambassador of the U.S. in Turkey and is also responsible for, is the special envoy for Syria. So those were the issues for this meeting. And that was basically a good meeting. And I'm sure that also the meeting in Mar-a-Lago at the end of this month between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu will be good, as all the previous meetings were.
That's right. Other points, as you said, during this meeting were discussed between, that will be discussed as well between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. These are regional peace efforts and security issues. So we're talking about Syria here. Israel and Syria are reportedly discussing a new security agreement to replace the 1974 disengagement agreement. Why is this pact being revisited now?
I don't want to enter into a blame game, but lately the Syrians had toughened their positions and put some preconditions, and therefore I believe that we were delayed. Our interest is to reach a security agreement with Syria. By the way, we would like to reach a peace and normalization agreement with Syria, but on the time being we had spoke about a security agreement with Syria. Our interest is security, to secure our border. You know that in Syria there are all kinds of militias, some of them very extremist. We had some terrible images coming from confrontations and massacres of Alawites and Druze in Syria. And therefore, we are worried, and we want our border area to be safe. And this is our interest in Syria, and I hope that we will be able to reach this security agreement soon.
Exactly. As you mentioned, there has been delays over this agreement. Given the current disagreements, how realistic do you think a breakthrough is in the near future for an agreement between Israel and Syria?
I don't want to be a prophet, but I think basically it's in the interest of both sides. From the Israeli perspective, we would like to get a security agreement from the point of view of our security interest. From the Syrian perspective, it is also necessary. Syria want to stabilize and to move forward. So basically, I believe it can be achieved. It basically should be based on the current status quo in southern part of Syria. And I think it is achievable, but I don't want to be a prophet, since if you would have asked me a few months ago, I could have said, well, it's in reach, but then the Syrian side toughened its position and we were delayed. So I don't know. I can only say that our interests remain the same.
And will Israel still have military and soldiers there?
Well, you know, what happened on December previous year was that into the buffer zone, according to the 1974 agreement, entered all kind of militias. They entered into UN posts. They took the guns of UN soldiers, and they were violating the disengagement agreement from 1974. And I remind you that Israel took this territory during the Yom Kippur War, but gave it back in a certain conditions. And the conditions, among other things, were first that it will be a buffer zone, that this kind of militias cannot enter there. Second, that terror activities will not be promoted from there. By the way, it's a very small territory that gives us a topographic better position in order to protect our communities in Golan Heights. It is understood that after October 7th, taking into consideration all kind of radical factions exists today in Syria, we will not be in a situation that this scenario will repeat in other frontiers. So basically, this is why we are there. We never wanted we never had territorial ambitions in Syria. If we would have, we could have taken much bigger land than on December 2024 when everything was shaking. But it's not in our interest. Our interest in our Syrian border is our security. This is our sole interest, and we also have an interest to protect Jews that were lately slaughtered 2 times. And as you know, we have a serious minority community in Israel of Jews, and this issue is very important for us. It is very sensitive, that they will be safe, and this is it. We don't have any other agendas but these agendas.
The situation in Lebanon is also a major concern affecting regional stability amid concerns that Israel might launch a major offensive against Hezbollah. Does Israel believe that Hezbollah can be contained or disarmed through diplomatic means, or is military escalation becoming unavoidable at this point?
I want to ask you why Hezbollah should be contained. I mean, it is a decision of the government of Lebanon to dismantle Hezbollah. So there I'm asking, who is violating Lebanon's sovereignty? It's Hezbollah that violates Lebanon's sovereignty. We don't violate Lebanon's sovereignty by attacking Hezbollah that attacked Israel from Lebanon more than 1 time, and lately more than 1 year, without any reason to do so. So, frankly, we are interested that the Lebanese government will move forward with the implementation of its decision. We don't see it going forward in the way we would like to. It is not only our criticism. The United States, I believe, and others share this criticism. And there is a certain of infiltration of Hezbollah also into the Lebanese army. Therefore, we have, I can tell you, our wish is to have peace and normalization with Lebanon. The only thing that I believe stands between us and Lebanon in order to be there, because we have a very minor disputes, a very minor border disputes which could easily be solved. But the only problem is Hezbollah presence and Iran, which instructed Hezbollah last July not to disarm. So effectively, when Hezbollah is the strongest military force, stronger than the army of Lebanon, they are keeping Lebanon under an indirect occupation of Iran. This is the situation we must finish in order to get, on one hand, security for Israel, and on the other hand, freedom for Lebanon, independence for Lebanon from foreign forces, and to bring back Lebanon to its people.
And another, as you mentioned, regional concern is Iran. Israeli officials have just recently said, including the Mossad chief David Barnea, he said on Tuesday that Israel must ensure Iran doesn't restart its nuclear program. And this comes 6 months after the Israeli forces struck the Islamic Republic's atomic facilities during a 12-day war. How real is the risk of another direct confrontation between Israel and Iran today?
It's not only an Israeli issue. As you know, the Americans participated on our attack on these nuclear installations in Iran. And as you know, lately, President Trump said that if they will go back and try to enrich uranium like they did, they will be attacked again. It's President Trump that said it, not myself. So I believe that Iran trying to get a nuclear weapon is a danger for the security of this region. By the way, when you speak with representatives of Arab countries, you can hear in close conversations, you can hear it from them very well as well.
Finally, Mr. Minister, we're going to end on a sad note, as sad news coming out of Australia this week for the entire international Jewish community with the Bondi Beach attack. Do you think the world is doing enough to contain anti-Semitism?
Clearly not, because when countries make this reality of anti-Israeli, anti-Jewish expression in the public sphere, making incitement available, optional, without taking necessary steps, without taking significant steps. Unfortunately, there are people that are influenced by this incitement. So I believe and I hope, and we are working in order to achieve that Western countries will take more serious steps in terms of battling against anti-Semitism in the public sphere and in the digital sphere.
That was Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Sar. Thank you for joining us here in Arabiya English. Thanks for joining us for this special interview. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Goodbye.
A war against drug cartels, a regime change operation, or is this all about oil? President Donald Trump's latest move against Venezuela has some questioning his true intentions. The seizure of a sanctioned oil tanker and its oil has raised eyebrows. Add to that a newly imposed blockade. Is it an act of war? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome to this special interview on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Now today we are joined by Zander Evett, who is one of the world's leading osteopaths and performance coaches. He's trusted by top athletes, actors and business leaders. And for over a decade he's been the expert that high performers rely on for recovery, pain management and truly effective health strategies, cutting through wellness hype and methods that actually work. Well, with the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix this weekend, plus stress, travel and desk life taking a toll on all of us, there's no better time to learn what the world's top performers are getting right and perhaps what they're getting wrong as well. Zander, thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. I understand you are a performance osteopath. And the first question I was asking myself was, what's the difference between a performance osteopath and the more traditional sense of osteopath?
Sure. Very good question. Firstly, thank you for having me. Great to be here. I think the difference is basically that clinically an osteopath would see anybody with pain, much like a physiotherapist, but perhaps they use their hands a little bit more. And with a performance osteopath, we have a little bit more of a skill set that lends itself to a broader range of modalities, for example, strength and conditioning, for example, recovery tactics and things that you might integrate to somebody's lifestyle. And I think that lends itself to the kind of demographic that I serve, which is, high performers, people that have to be switched on, maybe more than the usual 9-to-5er. But there's definitely crossovers, and I definitely still have the same skill set. So clinically, we start off with that, and then a performance osteopath would be somebody that obviously branches out into other areas of expertise.
Okay, so you mentioned high-performance individuals. I mean, give us a couple of clues. I know you can't give us names, but the sorts of profile of client you have.
Yeah, sure. So a lot of the people that I see are kind of the top 1 or 0.1%, if you like, can range from CEOs of huge corporations that travel, constantly on the road with huge demands on their plate. And then I could be seeing actors that have roles that are very physically demanding and they just need support with maybe some injuries or pain or just their fitness for that role. As well as those, I could also, be seeing athletes, and that could be from Formula One to football to basketball. I think my therapeutic skill set lends itself to a foot in the door with a lot of these people. So usually people come to me first with a bad shoulder, a bad back, and then the relationship evolves and I help them kind of rebuild out of that injury into a fitness or a level of fit for purpose, as I would call it, to be able to do their job and their role at a very, very high level.
Okay, and since you mentioned Formula One and we've got the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix upon us, I want to ask you, what's your understanding? Because I know you work with quite a lot of drivers and racing drivers involved in Formula One. Is it more about mind over matter? How strong is the mind aspect of being a good Formula One driver versus the physical aspect?
It's definitely huge. I think when you get to the top echelons of any sport, I think when you look at the field of play or on the grid, what you'll see is a lot of athletes that are very similarly posed. So their level of skill in each area required for that sport is almost very, very similar, almost the same. And those marginal gains will be in the management which I offer to people of the psychological side, the emotional side. I'm supporting people and helping also bring in other professionals that might help, with the psychology. When you talk about mind over matter, I think it's important to realize these people are really, they're under a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. And that has a lot of similarities with these CEOs, with the actors. But you're right in saying it plays a huge role, because if for some reason on that day you have some kind of emotional wobble, or there's something at home that isn't quite right that day, when you get on the grid, you're slightly behind the next person. And we know that those margins, when you come to the end of the race, that's what determines win or lose. So.
Right, your focus just isn't completely there, is it? It's going to be, your mind's going to be somewhere else.
Exactly.
And your body is there, and it's going through some pretty arduous tests. 50 kilos of force through the neck on a corner, for example. What does that actually do to a driver's body? And what can people who aren't involved in racing driving, ordinary people like me, perhaps learn from the recovery routine of a driver?
Sure, yeah. I mean, you're right in saying that the forces that are exerted upon those drivers are absolutely huge. I think it's important to understand that physically they go through a lot more than you might realise just sat still. And even slight drops in hydration can cause a drop in mental acuity in a significant way. So what the guys are doing in my role in Formula One, for example, they're monitoring and helping to optimize these different facets of health and fitness so that there isn't a drop in any of the any of those outlets of performance. So, like I said, with the hydration and mental acuity, it just takes one moment of lapsed concentration, and it could be a crash, or it could be a few seconds back, and therefore losing, a position in the race.
It's really interesting because you're painting the picture of a sort of hybrid between someone who works with the human body in your capacity as an osteopath and someone who works with the mind, almost like a therapist, a psychiatrist, psychotherapist, something along those lines. And I just want to ask you as well, I mean, when we look at these high performers that you're working with, you could almost call them the 0.1% of the population. Are there sort of habits that we, and I talk about people who aren't in that percentage, could learn from them in terms of recovery, in terms of routine? What lessons can we draw from them?
Definitely quite a few lessons, actually. And I'm always, I'm forward speaking and saying that, even though they are the 0.01%, you have to remember that their lifestyle is very different to ours. And in some regards, you might look at them and say, oh, well, I need to have strength, I need to have conditioning, I need to have cardiovascular health. Yes, but your demands in a day are very different to theirs. We try and support from lots of different angles, for example, nutrition, for example, the fitness side, the mental side that we're talking about. And I think that what we learn from the elite level athletes is, they're not going to put in protocols that are a waste of time. So we can start to hone in and go, okay, well, this seems important, and so does this. And recovery is huge. As you know, it's definitely a trend right now. And I think the application of those protocols for recovery, for example, they have to be carefully managed, because just saying, oh, an ice bath is good for recovery is far too broad to be a positive for most people. And if I give you the example that, a Formula One driver is probably very well rested in their off-season, but during the season, not so much because of the time zone shifts. I'm not going to be putting stressful ice baths into a routine before a race, because that's just going to waste a lot of energy and perhaps be deleterious to their performance. So I think these blanket terms that we're throwing around in this day and age of do this, do that, you have to really look at the person and their circumstances. So yes, we can learn a lot from athletes, but we also have to take context as well.
Okay, so if it's right for him, it might not be right for you or me.
Exactly.
You've got to look after yourself as well, haven't you? Because you've just been telling me before we started this interview about your punishing travel routine, lots of different time zones in there. And I'm just wondering how you manage to stay on top of your game and recover, for example, from pretty stressful, pretty exhausting journeys that you're having to do.
Sure, yeah. I mean, fortunately, I'm not the top of the chain in terms of pressure and job commitments. I'm just part of the big wheel that's going with these organisations and people that I work with. So I have the luxury of time, but I often don't have the luxury of schedule. And so I guess what I do for myself is, before a trip like the one I'm on at the moment, which is 6 or 7 cities in about 8 days. I tried to improve my fitness up until the trip, and then during the trip, I'm just I'll get my recovery in where I can. I'm not trying to improve my fitness. I'm not trying to gain strength. I'm just trying to manage so that when I'm there for the client, then I'm also at my best. I think a lot of the times people think more is more. So, you think, I've only got a short gap between a couple of stressful work days. I'll go in and do some sprints because I've got 10 minutes and that will give me more out of the time that I'm getting. But actually that's just going to put you in a deeper deficit, and you'll likely perform worse the next day, and it's difficult to come out of that. So I think, definitely I look at the schedule that I have, and I try and make it so that I'm in my best kind of, fitness and health, and I'm recovered before a trip. I'm not looking after myself in the trip. I'm looking after my clients.
Okay, but have you got a sort of a hack, sort of a go-to routine or something that you do, especially perhaps to get over jet lag?
Definitely. So I usually try and wake up on a timed alarm clock. So if you go to bed, let's say at midnight, I want you to wake up within a multiple of 90 minutes, because that's your sleep cycle. And if you break that sleep cycle in half, you're in deep REM sleep. And that's going to leave you feeling groggy and not very sharp mentally the next day. So even if it's for the sake of losing 30 minutes of total sleep, I'm going to be far sharper waking up as a multiple of 90 as I come out of that deep sleep. So that's my first thing, is before bed, I'll just set the alarm clock for a good time that is a multiple of 90 minutes. And then when I wake up, hydrate, take some electrolytes. I have some movement practices that personally I find really good. I can do it from my hotel room. Foundation training is
stretching.
One of those. A little bit of stretching, and I'd say be intuitive. Move around. I often use like a heart rate monitor and try and stick in that zone 2 sweet spot. So I know that I'm not overtraining and overexerting myself, but I'm going to feel nice and fresh, get lots of oxygen into my body, feel invigorated rather than exhausted. And that seems to help me wake up for the day. I think stumbling out of bed and trying to maximize sleep volume over, trying to manage that articulately is I've tried that, it doesn't work.
And you've got to eat healthily as well, haven't you? Because when you're travelling and when you're working funny hours as well, there's a tendency to eat junk because it's nearby, and it's sort of comfort food in a way. And there's all this processed food and ultra-processed food at our disposal. And I'm just wondering, the people you see regularly, your clients, people come to your clinic, do you see a link between poor nutrition and pain/inflation? Is that something can you see the pattern?
Definitely. There's definitely a link between people with, and I would just zoom out a bit and say, if somebody's eating poorly with these highly processed, foods, they're likely not paying much attention to most of their lifestyle. So there's a lot of headroom for improvement with these kind of people, and usually they've come to me because they have pain. So it's a really easy sell to start managing these other areas of their health. But nutrition, for sure, is a low-hanging fruit, as I would call it. It's something that you can, accessibly and affordably for most people, make a quick change, and within a few days you're going to see a good improvement. And yeah, ultimately pain is definitely increased or exacerbated by a poor lifestyle and stress.
Have you got any superfoods that you are your go-to snack, for example, something that you would think people might have underestimated in terms of the power of what that food could do for you?
Sure, and I think everybody's different with this, so it's worth the trial and error. But at the moment, I'm carrying some tart cherry juice, specifically the Montmorency type of cherry. Athletes have been using it for a very long time. It's really easy to travel with because you can have different forms, or just take some concentrate juice in your fridge at home. And yeah, I think that's at the moment the front of my mind, because it's definitely something that I'm carrying with me on these long and stressful trips.
What are some of the warning signs that people might look out for when it comes to the beginnings of burnout? What would be some of the telltale signs people could look out for?
So it's an interesting question, because I think psychologically we keep going and pushing through, and burnout usually happens because you're not aware of the the taxing schedule or the taxing job that you're putting on yourself. And I think that the main signs for me are just a general lack of motivation, because that can sometimes come before physical effects. Because you're obviously trying to carry out the tasks every day. You're not thinking of, how do I feel while I'm doing this? And yeah, poor sleep, your appetite starts to change, and you start to reach for more processed foods that are quicker hits, maybe a slump in mood. But I think, yeah, definitely using these wearables that we have, that are very broadly used now, I think you can get a lot of insights to how your health is going, and it's worth, even just for heart rate, it's worth keeping track of that, just as a barometer for your day-to-day health, and when to know when to push it. I think sometimes people wake up and they think, oh, it's Tuesday, that's the day I need to do my sprints and my leg presses and heavy lifts, and actually their body might be not prepared for that, and there's no point in doing that exercise. So if you find yourself in that position where you're not rested and recovered, you're not going to adapt from that workout. So maybe opt for something a little bit lighter.
I'm being told we're nearly out of time, but I want to ask you about posture quickly, because people sit at their desks all day long, like me, and I can see my posture is getting worse. I mean, it's visible on a profile. Are there any quick fixes for that?
I think the quick fix is a psychological one. If you just change your framing of how you perceive posture. First of all, we know that we've just spoken about stress being not great for pain. So somebody that's more stressed will feel more pain. If you're worrying about your posture and you have a slight ache and your day's long, but you can't stop because you've obviously got a job to do, the last thing you want to do is worry about it. And the thing with posture is it's just a moment in time. It's good that you can create these slouched positions, but I think the main thing is to have a strong posterior chain, so the muscles on the back of your body. And, when you have time and you're rested, work on strengthening that, because as the day or the week progresses, you're going to be able to uphold that posture without, exceeding what I would say is your tissue capacity. So if I could give an analogy of a marathon, at the beginning of the marathon, you're rested and strong, and you can hold good form while you're running. As the marathon goes on, maybe mile 20, fatigue is seriously set in, and you're struggling to hold good posture. And the worse it gets, the higher your risk potentially of an injury. So if you just applied that on a micro level in your day-to-day life, with a stronger back at the start of the day, you're less likely to default into a position at the end of the day, because you're trained and you're prepared for that day.
Okay, and just lastly, I'm being asked to ask you the number one mistake people make when they go to the gym.
I think the number one mistake is to train too much like an athlete and not enough like somebody that is trying to train for health. And the reason I say that is because we learn a lot from people like bodybuilders. And at its roots, bodybuilding is a sport. You stand on stage and you're prepared to sacrifice your health to look great on the stage. So it's great that we learn some exercises from them, but let's just cherry pick from that and make it a bit more specific to your life. And we just spoke about your posterior chain. So I might ask you to do some deadlifts a couple times a week so that we can strengthen that and help you not fall into those bad positions at the end of the day. So I think, try to train more like a healthy person rather than an athlete. These athletes have a very different lifestyle that we've kind of dipped into today with our discussion, but their lifestyle has lent itself so that they can perform at an optimum level for that specific task. And your specific task is not sat in a Formula One car, unfortunately.
Well, or fortunately, as the case may be.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
And the other drivers, probably.
Yeah, so definitely try to, look at your health from a holistic point. Don't try and, improve your muscle mass. We do want muscle mass. We do want cardiovascular fitness. We do want all the facets of what we can get from the gym, but we don't want to just stay railroaded in one direction and just add muscle.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you coming in to see us. Zander Evitz, one of the world's leading osteopaths and performance coaches, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks.
Hello and welcome to Arabiya English with me, Micheál Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Game. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Ciryl Gane this weekend. Ciryl Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, I think that he has reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the inspiration, all of it. He's the one that asked me, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. He's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but that's going to be Secret Service, and there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the Ellipse across the street, there'll be, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes, he's speculating. Yes, he wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. It's always an honor. I love the guy, and when he calls, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend to me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting in the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that... it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, there's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana, the $7.7 billion Paramount deal is going to change the face of not only UFC, but sports watching. Everything is moving to streaming. How excited are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
A war against drug cartels, a regime change operation, or is this all about oil? President Donald Trump's latest move against Venezuela has some questioning his true intentions. The seizure of a sanctioned oil tanker and its oil has raised eyebrows. Add to that a newly imposed blockade. Is it an act of war? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. it was illegal migration. Then President Trump added drug trafficking to the mix. And now there's a third justification for the US targeting of Venezuela.
Getting land, oil rights, whatever we had, they took it away because we had a president that maybe wasn't watching. But they're not going to do that. We want it back. They took our oil rights. We had a lot of oil there. As you know, they threw our companies out, and we want it back.
Oil. When then-President Hugo Chavez nationalised Venezuela's oil industry in the 1970s, he expropriated many US-operated assets. And President Trump wants them back.
La verdad ha sido develado.
The truth has been revealed. They want to change the regime in Venezuela to impose a puppet government. They want to hand over the constitution, sovereignty, and all the wealth, and turn Venezuela into a colony.
The world's largest aircraft carrier has been deployed to the region, along with its associated battleships and an estimated 6,000 troops. Is military intervention on the cards? Coming up, we'll debate if access to oil was always President Trump's goal, if President Maduro can weather this latest storm, and is Venezuela's opposition a credible alternative? Joining us for this discussion is Eva Gollinger, attorney, author and former advisor to Venezuela's then-president, Hugo Chavez. Guillaume Long is joining us, a former foreign minister of Ecuador and senior fellow at the Centre for Economic and Policy Research. And rounding out the panel is Mick Mulvaney, former White House chief of staff during Donald Trump's first administration and co-chair of Actum, a global consultancy firm. Welcome to all of you here on Counterpoints. Well, when the US seized a sanctioned oil tanker and its oil in early December, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro called it a new era of criminal naval piracy. Well, President Trump has stepped up the pressure even more since then, declaring a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned tankers entering and leaving the country. For some, including Maduro, it calls into question the earlier justifications the White House had used to explain its boat bombings and its military build-up in the region. Eva, let's start with you. Was this ever about migrants, about drug cartels, or for the US, to your mind, was this always about oil?
Well, you certainly don't go to war with another country over migration. So I think all of these were pretext to bring President Trump on board this campaign that is now evolving into, beyond aggression, a potential all-out war with Venezuela. In my opinion, I think that Venezuela as a country and with its government that led by Nicolas Maduro is of little interest to President Trump and his agenda, especially an agenda of America first, which is focused more on domestic issues in the United States. I think it's really who has the president's ear in this case, such as the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who is obviously someone who, as a senator as well, has been actively campaigning for regime change in Venezuela since the time of actual President Hugo Chavez, before Maduro. And then we've seen in recent developments that Stephen Miller is one of the key people behind this aggressive campaign towards Venezuela. They see it, I think it was presented to Trump as sort of a win-win situation, an easy win, where here he could achieve, the overthrow or the ouster of Nicolas Maduro and the government in Venezuela, install a U.S.-friendly regime, and, get easy access to all of Venezuela's natural resources, which range from massive oil reserves, the largest in the world, to gold, mineral, heavy metals, rare earths, everything. Mm-hmm. And it's also geostrategically important. So I think all of those were pretexts. Venezuela doesn't produce fentanyl. They're not a big producer of really any drugs. They pass through. So that really can't be the reason to go after Venezuela.
Okay.
And this entire discourse of exporting criminals to the United States is really just a bunch of nonsense.
Mm-hmm. All right. Mick, on the US side, what do you make of those assertions from Eva?
I don't know if they're assertions. I think it's sort of an all of the above is a possible answer here. They could have something to do with drugs, something to do with immigration, something to do with oil, something to do with regime change. I think what you're seeing here more broadly is sort of a reinstitution of the Monroe Doctrine, which is that we are going to pay a lot more close attention to what's happening in the Western Hemisphere. I think you could probably make the case that America has ignored its southern neighbors for probably too long. So I think you can put all of that together and get that. I just don't understand why it's happening now. That's the part I'm struggling with. All of the things that Ava just mentioned were applied in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and Trump chose not to do any of this. I'm not sure what has changed. Yes, some of the people have changed. So Marco Rubio is there now. He wasn't a member of the administration during the first term, but John Bolton was just as neoconservative and just as sort of militaristic as Marco Rubio is. So I'm not sure that has changed much at all. So that's what's got me scratching my head. Is I don't really look at the motivations as much as why now is different than it was 4 years ago, because whatever motivation, excuse, if you want to use the word, that you've got now existed 8 years ago, and still at that time the Trump administration did not act.
Guillaume, what do you think? Why now? And do you agree with what Mick is saying, that we are going to see much more overt attention from the US on the Western Hemisphere?
Yeah, so I think I certainly agree with Eva that it has nothing to do with drugs. Venezuela does not produce drugs. The United States' major drug production is the opioid. The major drug crisis is the opioid crisis, the fentanyl crisis, which Venezuela plays no role in. Colombian cocaine, there's some transiting via Venezuela, but only about 5% of Colombian cocaine, 5 to 7% of Colombian cocaine. The bulk of Colombian cocaine goes to the United States and to Europe increasingly via the Pacific. So Pacific ports on the South American coast, so that's not Venezuela. It's not immigration. If anything, US policy has been a driver of Venezuelan migration for about 10 years, particularly US sanctions, first in 2017 and then increasingly from 2019 onwards with the oil sanctions. They've been a key driver of Venezuelan migration towards other Latin American states, but also towards the United States. So if sanctions have been a driver of migration, you can imagine what military intervention, war, could the effect that could have on creating a humanitarian crisis and a migratory crisis on an unprecedented scale. So I don't think that's what is driving US policy, or if it's driving US policy, it's doing it in a very foolish way. So I think, yes, I think it has to do with the reassertion of the
Oh, we seem to have lost Guillaume's audio there for a moment. I'm going to pop over to Ava while we see if we can get your audio sorted out there, Guillaume. Stay with us. Ava, pick up on what Guillaume was saying, but also on what Mick was talking about, that why now? Why do you think now? Is it that the US is just simply assessing that President Maduro poses too much of a risk to US security?
No, there's no risk. I mean, in all honesty, all of these issues have existed for years, as Mick was saying. So it's not as though all of a sudden there's some increased risk. Venezuela generally poses no threat whatsoever to the United States in a realistic context. You could say all these things. Oh, yes, they're close with China, they're close with Russia, they're close with Iran. That's been going on, though, for the past 20 plus years. So that's not an increased risk. At the same time, though, there has been an ongoing U.S. effort to undermine the Venezuelan government from the time when Hugo Chavez was in power. I mean, there was a U.S.-supported coup d'etat in 2002, and there were efforts over the years. The U.S. has funneled millions and millions of taxpayer dollars, U.S. taxpayer dollars, through USAID and the National Endowment for Democracy and the State Department to prop up that Venezuelan opposition, to try to, encourage and and execute regime change, which has failed on every occasion. So I go back to the why now, in my opinion, is that it was sold to President Trump as an easy win, another notch on his list of, I did this, I accomplished this, I did it, I got Maduro out, we're back in Venezuela, we're back in business. And at the same time, I mean, the opposition has also increased their campaigning and their lobbying efforts. And we've seen, you know, the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize is the leader of the Venezuelan opposition, and she's actively and openly, overtly, over the top praising Trump, even saying she wants to come to Washington and give him her Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, so they are strongly advocating for military intervention in Venezuela. And I think it's been sold that way to him, that this is an easy win. And I think we even see that coming out of, you know, research and reports about what's going on in the White House and in the inner circle with Stephen Miller saying, well, he's looking for a fight. It didn't work out with Mexico, so they thought Venezuela is the next one. It's going to be easy. But I'm here to tell you it's not going to be easy. I mean, we've already seen it's not going to be a 1, 2, 3. And they're gravely underestimating the internal situation in Venezuela in terms of the movements that have built up over decades in the country that are not going to just sit back and allow the U.S. to invade and impose a puppet regime that's favorable to the U.S. and will hand over the country's resources to United States companies.
Okay, we are absolutely going to come to the opposition to day after if regime change is the goal a little bit later in our debate. So I'm going to put a pin in those specific comments and I'm going to circle back to them. Ava, Guillaume, I know we've got you back. Excellent news. Stay there because I want to just throw something to Mick first and then we'll bring you back in. Mick, is the president... has he been sold that this is an easy win? In which case, are we expecting a US attack on Venezuela?
That's hard to say. I don't know what an easy win looks like. But if the question is military action imminent? I think the answer is probably yes. As a friend of mine in the Pentagon pointed out a couple of weeks back, you don't put an aircraft carrier off of a foreign coast and not intend to use it. I think the issue then is what is the nature of that military action? Trump ran on a non-interventionist sort of policy, getting us out of what he called stupid wars all around the world and so forth. He ran on that in 2016, 2020, and 2024. People ask me, you know, what was our biggest accomplishment in the first term? And one of the things I always point to is that we were, I think at that time, the first president during my lifetime who hadn't started a war during his time in office. So this was a big deal for Trump in the first term. He did get a little bit of a taste of what the American military can do on that bombing raid they pulled off in Iran. And it was extraordinarily successful. He was praised, and I think rightly so, for it. And I think he's now wondering, okay, maybe that's not war to him. You know, maybe tomahawk diplomacy is not the same as putting American soldiers on the ground in a foreign country. I could absolutely see him at this point using the same type of strategic sort of or tactical sort of strikes inside a country. I still, however, cannot imagine he would ever commit American troops to set foot in Venezuela. It runs against everything that, not only that he's talked about, politicians change, you know, they go against what they talk about all the time, but this really goes against his very DNA. He is a non-interventionist. He's not a pacifist by any stretch of the imagination, but I can't imagine him committing American troops to invade a foreign country. And I think I think he would experience tremendous political pushback from his own base were he to do that. They'd be fine with some strikes, either through air or through cruise missiles and so forth. But I don't think that his folks would support him in putting troops on the ground.
Guillaume, I mean, how do you feel about that in the region? I mean, might not be boots on the ground, but tomahawk diplomacy throws the whole region into security chaos.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's Trump's preference to go to war here. I actually think his intuition is probably, this America first, no more forever wars. I think this is being driven by the neocons in his administration. I think it's being driven essentially by Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio was already very hawkish on Venezuela and Cuba, obviously, in the last administration, but then he was back then he was senator, now he's Secretary of State, and he thinks the road to Havana goes via Caracas, and he wants regime change in Caracas. And I think there's a real tug of war here inside the administration. My sense is that Trump's intuition, his political intuition, is not to do this. But now that he's done this massive military buildup off the coast of Venezuela, I mean, there's a lot of pressure for him to use these toys. I think if he does that, I mean, if he puts boots on the ground, it will be a historic quagmire and the biggest mistake in his administration by far. If he does airstrikes, I think that he will not be successful at regime change. I think there's a misreading of the situation in Venezuela. The security apparatus in Venezuela has tightened over the last few years. There have been a number of coups, some of them backed by the United States, particularly going back to 2019 and 2020, those years where there was a lot of regime change attempts. Every time a coup fails, every time a regime change attempt fails, it tightens the security ship. The military apparatus is purged, the would-be traitors are unmasked, and right now the Venezuelans are running a pretty tight ship. That's on the military front, not even talking about the political front, where there is still, it has been weakened, but there's still a significant Chavista bastion, and it would be, I don't think you're seeing a few airstrikes leading to a sudden regime change or the demise of the current Venezuelan government.
I'm going to come to regime change again in just a moment, but first I want to ask you, Ava, the US had invested heavily in Venezuelan oil infrastructure until it was pulled out from under them in the 70s. So is President Trump right, in some sense, claiming that Venezuela stole the US assets?
No, not at all. And that's mischaracterized, because there was a process that the U.S. was a part of. It was a time period when the U.S. was actually heavily involved in helping to build Venezuela's democracy at that time, and was involved in the decision-making process and the negotiations that took place back then in 1976 when the industry was formally nationalized. And U.S. companies remained as some of the major players in Venezuela over the years. And in fact, it was in the 90s when there were efforts underway, which is actually what propelled Chavez to power in the first place, this massive movement that built up in Venezuela in the 1990s, backing him because he had led an attempted coup d'etat in 1992 against President Carlos Andrés Pérez way back then, and he was imprisoned for it at the time. And then this movement built up around, because precisely there were efforts underway to privatize once again the oil industry. Poverty was growing to a massive extent throughout Venezuela, upwards of 80% poverty, and the majority of people were excluded from any part of the political process. It was this very sort of corrupted system of power sharing amongst the two major parties, not unlike what we have in the United States. But in any case, so oil was nationalized before, and the U.S. was a party to the process, and there were no complaints that anything had been stolen. In the 2000s, 2006, 2007, Chavez did some further nationalizations, not just of the oil industry, but also there were others internally with electricity and other of the major resources and utilities. And there were some U.S. companies like ExxonMobil, primarily ConocoPhillips, that were against those harsher restrictions on the oil was already nationalized, but they increased the ownership that PDVSA, Venezuela's state oil company, had to have over the joint ventures. Okay. And Exxon and ConocoPhillips left. But remember, the major oil company in Venezuela today is from the U.S. and it's Chevron. And they're still getting the oil from Venezuela and supplying it within the United States. So the concept that there was some theft is ridiculous. There were court cases, there were settlements, there are things that are still unsettled, but there was never any theft, because you can't steal something that doesn't belong to you. Something can't be stolen from you that didn't belong to you in the first place. And the oil belongs to Venezuela.
Mick, do you want to jump in there? Because, I mean, is it theft? There are court cases still ongoing, still in January 2025, that an international arbitration has ruled that Venezuela owes a US company $8.7 billion.
Yeah, and I'm not as familiar with the history of it, obviously, as Ava is. I don't follow this as closely as some people, but there are judgments. I don't know if they came through settlement discussions or through actual court cases, but Citgo is being ordered to be sold in this country to raise money in order to pay American companies for losses, for assets that were taken from them, again, in Venezuela. So to simply say, oh, no, there's really not that big a deal, there wasn't anything happening, which sort of flies against what we're seeing actually go on today. There are judgments against Venezuelan companies that are ordering the sale of their assets in the United States to pay those debts. So to say the Venezuelans didn't take anything from the Americans doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm not sure how big a role that plays in what Trump is doing. He did comment on this, to my mind, the first time in just the last couple of days about how there were American companies who lost stuff. They took our oil. Trump has used that language here in the last couple of days. He had a senior advisor on television, I think just in the last 24 hours, talking about the role of Venezuelan oil in what's happening. So I think it's fair to say that oil is certainly part of this discussion. But to say that no one's been wronged by the Venezuelan actions, I think I'm not sure how you could back that up.
Ava?
No, just to interject, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying was that there were negotiations, there were court cases, there were settlements, and there are still parts of those settlements that have not been followed through on. There's no question about that, but there was no theft of the resource that belonged to Venezuela. There were disagreements over how the joint ventures were then restructured. And rightly so, those U.S. companies are seeking payment of those judgments by seizing control of Venezuela's assets in the United States, such as Citgo. But I think it's important to also emphasize that none of those companies are the American government or the United States government. So it would be very strange for the U.S. to wage war on behalf of ExxonMobil, for example, in Venezuela, to risk American lives for Exxon.
Do you want to respond to that, Mick, or will I move us on?
No, but look, the American government will defend American corporations. There's no question about that. Now, if your point is that there's redress during the courts, I think that's a fair point to make. If the point is that you can get compensation in other ways, that's a fair point to make. But no, I would fully expect that every government would protect its own domestic industry against international interference. That's one of the reasons they exist.
Let's look at this idea of whether it's regime change and whether President Maduro can weather this upped tension, because we've heard from the White House Chief of Staff. She said in that recent Vanity Fair article that's been causing waves that President Trump will keep blowing up boats until Maduro cries uncle. Those comments are widely being interpreted as a desire for regime change. Nicolas Maduro weathered the economic storm wrought by economic sanctions during President Trump's first term. Guillaume, I'm going to bring you in a moment to respond, but Ava, you're the person who is best placed to answer this first question. Can he survive this renewed pressure campaign? Because the ring is tightening. We've got the world's biggest aircraft carrier sitting off the coast.
Well, there's no doubt that there's an increase of pressure that they're feeling, that Maduro is feeling. But again, it's not just Nicolas Maduro in charge of the government in Venezuela. He's in the position of being the leader, the president, the figurehead. But it's a whole apparatus and structure that is also keeping power in the country. So it's not as easy as just removing one person and all of a sudden all the pieces fall apart. I mean, it's a structure in place that's been built up now over decades and has been, as Guillaume was saying, has been tightened and tightened with each effort to overthrow or undermine this particular government over the past, 5-6 years. So I think that, yes, he's under a lot of pressure, but I don't think he's going to cry uncle over this campaign that's underway, especially because it seems like increasingly they're improvising. The Trump administration is improvising. Yesterday, it was fentanyl and drug trafficking, which then everybody realized, oh, it doesn't come from Venezuela. Then it's migration. Oh, well, that's caused also in part by, the tightening of the sanctions. And in any case, it's not a reason to go to war. And now it's the oil. And so there seems, and the stealing of U.S. property, the oil, let's go to war over that. So, I think they're seeing that, they're seeing the news, they're seeing the social media posts that President Trump is making. They're seeing the improvisation. They're seeing the domestic issues in the United States, the affordability crisis, the unpopularity of many of these policies of President Trump, the internal divisions, the difficulties, the opposition of the Democratic Party to most of these efforts underway right now against Venezuela. So, and from Trump's own party and from the MAGA movement, we're seeing outcry and opposition over it. So I think that Maduro is most likely watching that and saying, I can just sit tight and ride out this storm once again.
Okay, Guillaume, can he sit tight and ride out this storm, or is the writing on the wall here?
Yeah, let me just comment very briefly on the oil component. Trump's oil
Please.
argument is not a serious argument. Most countries in the global south nationalized their oil in the 1970s. If anything, Venezuela did it in a very respectful way and compensated the United States. And in recent years, in fact, if there have been any compensations, it's been confiscations. It's been U.S. confiscations of Venezuelan assets rather than the other way around. The United States has been stealing Venezuelan assets now for a number of years because of its sanctions regimes, including Citgo. And it's the Venezuelans that have been trying to bring the U.S. back to lower the sanctions. There was a deal made with Chevron. In fact, there is some oil going from Venezuela to the United States right now. We'll have to see whether the U.S. government decides to seize that as well. There is 10% of Venezuela's oil is actually going to the U.S. right now. So I completely agree with Eva. These are unserious arguments, changing the argument, the narrative every day. And it's fundamentally about regime change. It's about the reassertion of the United States in the Western Hemisphere. It's about going back to gunboat diplomacy of the early 20th century. It's really about, we've just seen the U.S.'s national security, the U.S. president's national security strategy, spelling it out pretty clearly, right? Retreat from Europe, some ambiguity about the pivot to Asia, which this seems to be unclear now, some ambiguity about the Middle East, but no ambiguity at all about the Western Hemisphere. It's about reimposing a very crude form of imperialism in the Western Hemisphere. So I think that's essentially what we're seeing now. And just on the point as to whether Venezuela
can Maduro weather that new attention?
I think the tragedy here is that it's the Venezuelan people that are suffering here. I mean, I think it's going to be very difficult for the United States to do regime change. But while it does this, it imposes tremendous levels of suffering on the Venezuelan population. We've seen it through the sanctions, which have caused tens of thousands of deaths in Venezuela. U.S. sanctions causing direct deaths. There are a number of academic papers clearly demonstrating this. And now, of course, the seizing of these tankers. Venezuela depends totally on its oil. If it can't export its oil, it can't, basically pay for healthcare or, pay wages or cover the basic necessities of its population. And there are now academics, I've been talking to a few academics who are studying and are saying, if this continues for a number of weeks, you could even risk famine in Venezuela.
So should Maduro go, Guillermo, in interest of his people?
I don't think that's the question we should be asking, right? The United States, is criticizing the Maduro government because it considers the government to be authoritarian, but then it supports a number of authoritarian governments around the world because it sees them as, sees these governments as pro-US or, in today's terms, more pro-Trump than pro-US. This is completely double standards that we've been accustomed to in Latin America for many years, and it's very sad actually to see a small but a radical sector of the Venezuelan opposition calling for an invasion of its own country. My country, Ecuador, there's a pretty authoritarian government that's got the opposition exile and there's extrajudicial killings and so on and so forth. Nobody's calling for an invasion of our own country. So I think this is, a very sad state of affairs. I think the United States has largely gotten us to this point by actually radicalizing the Venezuelan government, making the Venezuelan government into a security state, essentially. And I think it's very sad for the Venezuelan population who's suffering the consequences of all this.
Let me just remind all of our panellists, if you want to jump in, obviously, Guillaume, you had some comments on oil. Please feel free to engage with our other panellists. You don't need to wait for me to call on you. If you have a comment that you want to throw in, please be my guest. Mick, in the meantime, let me ask you, can the US affect regime change without military intervention?
Probably not. I mean, I think if we were doing that, it would have happened by now. You know, we thought that Mr. Guaido was the answer 8 years ago. Clearly, he wasn't. I don't think that the economic sanctions are probably enough to promote regime change. I honestly don't think that blowing up the boats is enough. I read the same article, obviously, that Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, did with Vanity Fair, and saw the comments about how the plan is to blow up boats until Maduro just cries uncle. Being such a small part of the economy, I don't know how that would actually happen. I don't know why blowing up a couple of drug boats or all of the drug boats, even if you blew up all of them, how that would affect regime change. So if the economics doesn't work, if the small level sort of military action against a drug boat doesn't work, and I don't think either of those will, that leaves military action. I think that's about it. You know, we've tried everything else. We tried supporting the opposition through Guaido. We obviously do some other stuff with the opposition now. So I think if they're really interested in regime change, that military is the only way to accomplish that. I won't get into whether or not America is the root cause of all the evils and ills that have fallen upon the Venezuelan people. I think it's probably their own domestic policies more than anything else, as is always the case. And we won't get into now as whether or not America is a nasty imperialist nation. That's not the point of this discussion. But to your point, I don't think that this level of activity that we've seen so far is enough to produce regime change. So if that's what the administration really wants. By the way, I think the most interesting thing that Guillaume has said here is that this is really about Havana as much as it is Caracas. If that's what this is really about, then they'll have to use military action, because everything they're doing now I don't think is going to be effective.
Eva, Russia has always been a strong ally, but it's pretty occupied in other areas. Does Maduro have enough strong international support to continue to stand up to the US if this military intervention, military pressure continues?
Well, certainly if there's an increase in some kind of military action against Venezuela, a direct invasion or bombing campaign on land, as Trump keeps suggesting, I would expect there would be a reaction. I don't know that it would specifically be beyond rhetoric from Russia or China, as they've already made statements. Of course, there could be other deals going on behind the scenes between Putin and Trump over Ukraine and Venezuela. There's been some speculation about that. Their backyard, our backyard type of deal. At the same time, though, I don't think that most of the world is going to remain silent if the U.S. openly just militarily invades Venezuela with the goal of regime change. Again, Venezuela poses no direct threat to the United States at all. All of this has been fabricated. It's not to say that the Maduro regime or government is this great, fantastic democratic government. That's not what's at issue here. There's no threat to the U.S. There's no threat to U.S. national security. The whole drug argument is a facade, as we've already been talking about. And the blowing up of the boats, a large percentage of those boats aren't even coming from Venezuela. They're coming from Colombia. They're in the Pacific. That's not Venezuela. And in any case, as we've established, Venezuela is not the drug producer. So I think that Trump is backed into a corner on this by primarily Marco Rubio and as we've discovered, Stephen Miller, who've sold this as the fight, I think, as an easy win in the sense of Maduro will leave, because they've underestimated Venezuela as they have for the past 25 years. And so I do think that it's likely something could happen, because if it doesn't, then it seems as though Trump will lose, which is unacceptable to him. As we've seen, he's not a loser. He won't accept that. So they will have to do something. But I don't think that they will achieve regime change through if they, drop a few bombs on the border with Colombia. Venezuelans aren't going to have an uprising and overthrow Maduro, and he's not just going to leave. And again, it's not just about Maduro. It's an entire structure that's in place. It's a system that's not going to be so easy to just dismantle with if in the event that Nicolas Maduro were to step down for any reason. It's unlikely, though. They're doubling down in Venezuela. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm hearing from, friends, people in the country. They're living their lives normally. It's the holiday season. It's Christmas. Everyone's out celebrating. They're not acting as though the bombs are about to fall or the U.S. Marines are about to invade.
Mm-hmm. Mick, do you agree that Venezuela poses no threat to the U.S. national security?
I don't know how they would from a military standpoint. If the drugs, I tend to agree. I don't associate Venezuela with drugs. I know that they run it through there, but I associate Venezuela with oil. I always have. I think most people do. And the fentanyl I've always associated more with China and Mexico than everything else. So I think it's a fair question to ask, which is what is the national security threat? Of course, the administration is taking the position this is a narco-terrorist regime. And if they have evidence of that at some point, I think they're going to have to make that case to the American people. I'm not sure that right now the public really understands what the motivation would be, the American public, for military action against Venezuela. If you picked a different country that played a bigger role in the migratory crisis, a bigger role in the drug crisis, maybe that's a different discussion. But I don't think anybody if you'd asked somebody 6 months ago to name the top 5 biggest threats to the American public in terms of the drug trade, I'm not sure Venezuela would have been on the list. So I think it's a fair point. And one of the reasons that I think the Trump administration has yet to make the case that this justifies military action. If I was expecting, by the way, that's what I was expecting last night. When the president said he was going to make a White House address, I thought it was going to be an Oval Office address. It wasn't. It was from a different part of the building. That's a very serious thing. I arranged one of those for the president in 2019. They might happen once a year, maybe. And we were all sort of expecting him to go on TV last night and make the case as to why we were going to start taking military action in Venezuela. That didn't happen. But I still think it has to. I don't think he can, escalate here dramatically over where they are now without making the case to the American people, or else the folks will turn on him. And let's not lose sight of the fact, again, the show's not about American domestic politics, but we're about a year away now from a midterm election. Yeah. And the American public, if they're not convinced that there's justification here, will force the Republicans to pay a price at the ballot box.
Guillaume, we heard Ava talking about the support that this is galvanizing within Venezuela against the US. Is that something you're seeing broader in the region? Is this turning the region against the United States?
Yeah, I think inside Venezuela, it's certainly a moment of rekindling sort of the nationalist spirit. And I think the United States have misread Venezuela for decades, actually. But the United States has consistently had a close relationship with the more radical sectors of the Venezuelan opposition. But there is, in fact, an opposition inside Venezuela, pretty, very anti-Maduro opposition that is against this military buildup and the threat of military intervention, because they think it will strengthen Chavismo's hand, and it will make Maduro look like a nationalist and someone who defends national interest and who defends Venezuela's sovereignty, whereas the more radical sectors of the opposition are kind of could easily be portrayed as sellouts of people who are on the side of the United States, not just on the side of the United States, but on the side of foreign invasion. I mean, who's in favor of foreign invasion of their own country? So I think there's a misreading of that, just like there was a misreading of the whole Guaido phenomenon. I mean, it's an ongoing misreading that the United States is guilty of, and that's nationwide. And at the international level, yes, I think we're going to see the region being very against the possibility of military action in Venezuela. Why? Because the region has already gone through this huge migratory wave of Venezuela, 7 to 8 million Venezuelans leaving Venezuela between 2017 and 2023, in large part because of the sanctions and the economic disaster this helped to create. And a lot of countries don't want this, and they think if there's war, it's going to be worse. Now, Trump, has a few allies in the region, Milei, and we've just seen the election of Castro over the weekend. So that works in Trump's favor. But I think even in countries that have quite right-wing presidents, there's going to be no appetite for war because it's going to create regional chaos. So I think there's a misreading of the Latin American situation. Now, there is, I agree with Eva, the need for an off-ramp for Trump, right? And there are already voices there that are saying we'll negotiate. President Lula has been very outspoken, saying, let me negotiate between Venezuela and the United States. There can be and should be an agreement that should be possible. Even Qatar has offered its sort of services for negotiating an outcome. So I think there are a few possibilities, for some kind of deal. Maybe Venezuela needs to crack down on some of the drug traffickers that don't exist so that Trump can show that to his domestic audience.
Indeed.
All sorts of things are possible. Yeah.
The US may consider the removal of Maduro as a victory, but history tells us that regime change is never clear-cut. The Nobel Peace Prize winning opposition figure, Maria Corina Machado, says she wants the country to embrace popular capitalism, saying that there should be privatisation of more than about 500 enterprises that the government had previously nationalised or confiscated. Now, Mick, we know that she and her opposition movement has strong support from the White House. As we've been hearing from Guillaume and Eva, is this just another example of the US misreading the situation? Is there not popular support from that from within the country, and the US is backing the wrong horse?
Oh, I have no idea what the lay of the land is in Caracas in Venezuela. I have zero insight into that. If the charge is that we have been guilty in the past of picking the wrong horse, yeah, I think that's absolutely right. We thought that Guaido was the guy. I mean, I was chief of staff when we brought him into the Oval Office to meet with the President of the United States. John Bolton believed that this was going to be the end of the Maduro regime and that Guaido was going to be the new leadership, and then clearly that fizzled out. So, yeah, is it possible that we are misreading the situation? I think that's always a possibility. That being said, it shouldn't surprise anybody that we are backing governments who believe in free markets and capitalism and democracy. That's what we do. So I don't think that should be a surprise to anybody. Is this the winning formula? I don't think we know, but we might find out, because if you do end up with military action, then I think Trump has to stay in it. Once he begins a war at any level, he sort of has to stay until he's got something to show for it. I don't think just saying, oh, now there's not any more drugs coming in is enough for them to pull out. Like I said, go back to the original comment I made about my friend at the Pentagon. You don't park the George W. Bush aircraft carrier off the coast of Venezuela and not use it. You have to have something to show for this show of force. So I don't know what that looks like. But if it is a regime change, look, you're always rolling the dice. Even with popular elections, you're rolling the dice is what the next election might look like in any given country. But if the criticism is that we might be backing the wrong horse, that's always a risk that people run.
Eva, I mean, regardless of your personal views, perhaps, is the opposition that the US is championing here, are they a credible alternative for people in Venezuela?
Not generally speaking. I mean, as Guillaume was saying, there is a very viable, active anti-Maduro opposition inside Venezuela. Of course, now there's widespread repression and over any kind of dissent because of these ongoing efforts of regime change. So it's hard for anyone to build a movement inside the country to try to oppose Maduro at this stage. But there has always been, there's a Venezuela, again, miscalculated, misread, misunderstood, underestimated, but has had this very rich social movement history throughout the past, 50 plus years. And
people argue, though, that that's changed under Maduro, and that's why the opposition is needing to push in exile almost.
Yeah, but the far radical right-wing opposition is not what's going to execute change within the country and receive widespread popularity. I mean, there are other figures in the country. There are other movements in the country. There are other groups that I'm not saying to be backed by the United States, but I'm saying for change to come about as it should inside of Venezuela. There are other players, who and movements and politicians. But yes, there has been this kind of repression that's taken place over the past few years. But no, someone like I don't know. I could be wrong, but from the experience and the lived experience inside the country and knowing, the people and over these years, it would be far-fetched for someone like Maria Corina Machado to take power from a regime change operation led by the United States and then be widely accepted and lead a transition to this fantastical capitalist, populist society that she's talked about and is opening it up to the trillions of dollars of investment from the United States for them to flood the country. That is not really the direction that Venezuela seems to be going in. There needs to be some kind of change. I don't question that whatsoever. But the fundamental mistake here has been overplaying the hand with this radicalized far right and divided Venezuelan opposition, because believe me, we may see one figurehead in the media today, but that doesn't mean that they are all united around that person. There are many different factions within the Venezuelan opposition as well, which is what has led, generally speaking, to their failure to execute any kind of change in Venezuela through electoral means or other means over the past, couple of decades.
We're almost out of time. Guillaume, round us out. What's the regional sort of gauge on this almost overbearing US support for one particular opposition figure? Is there concern that the US is just trying to install puppets across the region?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think we're facing a very, very dangerous, very serious situation right now off the coast of Venezuela. This is the largest military buildup in history, potentially, in the Caribbean. The last time the United States invaded and significantly occupied, there were other examples later on in Haiti, but the last significant U.S. occupation of a Latin American country is Panama, 1989-1990. Panama back then had 2.5 million inhabitants. Venezuela today has 28 million inhabitants. There has never been a U.S. Invasion of a South American countries. These are larger states. There's a reason for this. They're larger states. They have bigger populations. They're larger cities. Venezuela's also got lots of jungles. A proper military intervention on behalf of the United States in Venezuela would create a nightmare on the scale of a number of other nightmares of past U.S. military interventions, that we know of. Iraq comes to mind, Vietnam comes to mind. I mean, actually, Venezuela right now has a larger population than Iraq had in 2003, and a lot more jungles, right? And in terms of the potential repercussions on the region, we've already discussed the migratory crisis, but for the people, we could be facing a civil war, a sort of, almost a Libyan outcome. This is not a good idea. It's a brutal way of conducting foreign policy in the Western Hemisphere on behalf of the United States. It will have long-lasting consequences and will be rejected for generations of Latin Americans to come. It's a bad idea, across the board.
Well, let's see.
I would just throw in there that Venezuela also has a lot of weapons. So it's not as though if the U.S. were to execute some kind of land invasion, the military would just lay down their arms and, surrender. I don't foresee that happening. And the civilians in Venezuela have a lot of weapons. So it's not this easy situation that they could just go in, take Maduro out, put Maria Corina Machado in, and everything would be great and peaceful and, capitalist in Venezuela. It's not going to be that kind of a scenario, and it would be a very grave mistake.
As I said, we're almost out of time, but I feel like I just need to give a U.S. right of reply to that. Would it be easy for the U.S.? I mean, surely Venezuela can't stand up to the might of the United States military. Mick?
No, it wouldn't be easy, and I don't think it would be well advised to do this. So I'll finish where I started. I'm not sure why we're having the conversation. I'm not sure why Trump is contemplating military action in Venezuela. everything that we've talked about today existed 8 years ago when he chose affirmatively not to do exactly what he's doing right now. So no, I think there's a lot of explaining to do before they fire the first real shots. There's one thing about attacking a boat, a small boat in international waters, and a different thing entirely about putting American men and women on the ground in Venezuela. So I don't think the Trump administration has made the case for that yet.
Well, let's hope we aren't having that debate in the very near future then. That's all we have time for. Thank you so much for joining us. Ava Gollinger, attorney, author and former advisor to the then Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez. Guillaume Long, former Foreign Minister of Ecuador, and Mick Mulvaney, the former White House Chief of Staff during President Donald Trump's first administration. Thank you for your contributions on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. Be sure to follow us on YouTube. You can keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews at Al Arabiya English, and you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next debate.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
أهلا بكم. لم تكن العلاقة بين موسكو.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player, as its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals. That influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. New Orleans. New Orleans, a city of jazz, Mardi Gras, and Cajun cuisine. It's alive and buzzing with activity for adults and youngsters too. The largest city in Louisiana is located along Mississippi River and has one of the largest inland ports in the United States. It is considered a melting pot of cultures, with French-speaking Cajuns, including Creoles, Italian, Irish, and German residents. As a result, the city's cultural diversity can be experienced through many things: its music, food, and its schedule of fun festivals you should definitely be part of. To some, it's called the Big Easy. For others, it's referred to as the Queen of the South. New Orleans is foremost known for its regular festivals, the most famous being the Mardi Gras. Come Carnival season, which begins in January, flocks of people visit the city, but that's not all. A host of other events take place throughout the year. The Jazz Fest, perhaps the next most popular, happens every April. It offers visitors an event with local musicians, together with other big names in the industry. And of course, there's the food. What makes up the unique New Orleans flavor? It can be described as diverse, unique, and easily recognizable. The Central Grocery is perhaps the most famous place to sample their authentic dishes. Jambalaya, red beans and rice, Creole bread pudding, po' boy sandwiches, and practically anything that includes crawfish. These are certain must-tries. Next comes music. As you know, the city is regarded as the birthplace of jazz music. The city's history of jazz music, in fact, dates back to 1835, a time when slaves used to congregate in Congo Square for some singing and dancing. Over time, the jazz and brass bands formed and expanded throughout, and have even influenced each other. Now there are Creole contributions, ragtime, Dixieland, and soon blues and rock. And then, of course, there's shopping. It's got everything from old world antiques to the latest in fashion. Food lovers should visit the popular Crescent City Farmers Market, while the art enthusiasts should head over to the Bywater Art Market for healthy inspiration. Popular streets for women's wear are the Magazine Street and Canal Street. You'll also find music stores, shops for tourists, and yes, even voodoo shops. Time to explore! It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump says US forces have seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela, with Caracas condemning the move as an act of piracy. NATO chief Mark Rutte has warned that member states are Russia's next target. And the Trump gold card is launched for the wealthy foreigners willing to part with $1 million. Now, US President Donald Trump has said US forces have seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. On releasing a video of the seizure, Attorney General Pam Bondi said the vessel was a crude oil tanker used to transport sanctioned oil from Venezuela and Iran. Caracas condemned the move as an act of international piracy. Here's how Trump announced that very news.
As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening. No, it was seized for a very good reason.
We're interested in the seizure of this tanker. What happens to the oil on this ship?
Well, we keep it, I guess.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Al Arabiya English presenter Catalina Marchant de Obrio. Thank you so much to both of you for being in the studio with me on this Thursday. Gemma, let's start with you, because we obviously heard from Donald Trump there, but this has been an ongoing issue now that we've been seeing between the US and Venezuela over the last few months. But is this escalation a time where we're really going to see things begin to change?
Yeah, this is quite a dramatic twist. So what we have here, we have the boarding of a foreign ship in international waters. So it is escalating. Now, previously, the operation has struck so far around 20 boats, and the message had always been, this is an anti-drug trafficking mission. We're preventing these drugs from coming into the US. That was always the message. I do feel that this now changes that message. What that's going to come out as, we don't yet know. So we've seen this build-up of US military in the Caribbean. We're seeing fighter jets flying regularly. And Trump has increased his rhetoric when he talks about striking on land. Now, does this become a land invasion? Now, the fact is that the use of military force means that Trump is constitutionally required to get authorization from Congress, which he hasn't pursued, you know, at all. There's not been any processes put in place for that. And also, what are Trump's intentions towards Venezuela? Is it just purely to be beneficial to the US? And is the president acting legally in all of these things that he's doing? They are the key components at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many questions that we don't have the answers to right now, and the repercussions of what Venezuela will look like without Maduro in power, and how that could be destabilizing for the country. But Catalina, I want to come to you, because it's all been about Venezuela's opposition leader at the moment. Of course, she accepted the Nobel Peace Prize. You've actually interviewed her yourself before. How will this further affect Maduro's position? Because, of course, she's been in Oslo, she's been doing the rounds on TV, she's really in the spotlight now.
Exactly, Leigh Ann. Speaking of the spotlight and momentum, when Maria Corina Cochao was faced with two scenarios when awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, she was saying to go or not to go, obviously given the acute safety situation concerns that she was facing. So in one hand, the people in her inner circle were saying, don't risk your life, not even for a prize. We need you here alive to fight Maduro. Then she was faced with another option. They said, do this for your country, no matter the risk. And finally, this was a no-brainer for her. When the decision was put in this context, there was only one option to take. She said, go for the people of Venezuela at all costs. So we're seeing all this media coverage, this courageous political act. It's actually out of a movie script. You also, reportedly, she also said she had the Americans help her. We still, as you said, don't have the details about this secret mission. I'm sure it was very risky and her life was at risk. So she finally didn't make it on time to the prize ceremony, but she made it safe. All of this, as you said, getting the spotlight required to put Maduro down. Who knows? Because all eyes are on. So what's going to happen next for Venezuela? So to answer your question, Leigh Ann, how is this going to further affect Maduro's position? Well, as this is the U.S. side, Donald Trump has said that Maduro's days are counted because since 2024, when Machado was robbed from the election results, she won with 93% of the Venezuelan people. There hasn't been this much worldwide and media attention on what's happening in Venezuela and this region. So the momentum right now is let's free Venezuela. Let's bring democracy back to this country. All eyes on Venezuela. So this can't be a good thing for Maduro. Pressure is on.
What I find really fascinating about all of this is the geopolitics that's been playing out. So you spoke there about Machado, and of course she accepted the Nobel Peace Prize. She actually dedicated that prize to Donald Trump himself. And it seems like Donald Trump is really aligned with what she sees happening in Venezuela. They've almost echoed the same sentiment when it comes to the country and when it comes to democracy, which I find really interesting. But then I found it even more interesting that Russia's President Putin, in a phone call today with Venezuela's Maduro, expressed solidarity with the Venezuelan people and confirms Russian support, which is absolutely fascinating because if we look at Ukraine, it looks like Donald Trump is in line with the more Russian sentiment. That's the kind of what analysts have been saying.
Yeah.
So right now we've got this triangle of geopolitics playing out. I don't know what you think, Gemma, and we can't forget China in all of this.
Yeah.
And I wonder, is it because Venezuela has the biggest crude oil reserves in the world? Is this all about... I have no idea. What are your thoughts?
I think you were right. Like, before the show, you were saying, ultimately, this could come down to economics and resources. The world, as we know, is clamoring for resources. And I always like to think, oh no, there's bigger things at play here. But ultimately, you know, what's Russia doing in Ukraine? They want more resources, they want more land. Perhaps at the end of the day, it does come down to something so basic as wanting the oil.
I find it interesting too, and I don't know what your thoughts are, but we did see the US obviously do that minerals deal with Ukraine for critical minerals. We have seen the US trying to push back on China's access to critical minerals across the world, be it in Africa, be it in lots of different countries. I don't know if I'm reading into this too much, but is economics playing out in this, or does Venezuela just really need a democracy and a change for the people?
I think economics is always at play, especially when we're talking about so many oil reserves, as you said, one of the largest in the world. But this also plays and coincides with the political moment that they are living. I mean, 2024, she did lose, she was robbed from an election. 93% of the Venezuelan people voted for her. This was just 1 year ago. Now she's winning the Nobel Peace Prize. So even when it comes down to politics or economics and democracy, the moment is aligned.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens, because like you did say, Gemma, for such a long time, Donald Trump has been almost threatening in a way that a land invasion could happen. And with a build-up of troops that we're seeing, American troops in the region, I guess time is ticking.
What is his end game?
Yeah.
You know, because if this doesn't work out for Trump, he's going to come away with egg on his face. It has to work out for him, or what? You know, I think this is a question we say, or what's going to happen? If he succeeds in removing Maduro, this creates a power vacuum. We know that Maduro has spent all these years building up his alliances. He has the military on his side. He has administration on his side. What happens when you remove that person? Is the US then going to go in and offer support? So then what does that mean for Ukraine? What does that mean on the other side of the world? There's so many moving pieces here, but Trump has to succeed in this. Otherwise, he's going to look really foolish on the world stage.
Yeah, and like you said, it's really important. Repercussions of something like this are very interesting. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And NATO chief Mark Rutte has warned that member states are Russia's next target. He made the remarks at a security conference event in Berlin, and also said the bloc must make all efforts to prevent a conflict that could be on the scale of war our grandparents and great-grandparents endured. Take a listen.
Russia's next target. And we are already in harm's way. When I became NATO Secretary General last year, I warned that what is happening in Ukraine could happen to allied countries too. That we had to shift to a wartime mindset. We need to be ready. Because at the end of this first quarter of the 21st century, conflicts are no longer fought at arm's length. Conflict is at our door. Russia has brought war back to Europe, and we must be prepared for the scale of war our grandparents and great-grandparents endured.
Catalina, we just heard from Mark Rutte there, and those remarks are scary. They're gloomy. What's the whole point of the speech? To really get Europe to wake up to the reality of what's happening?
I do feel he's been trying to do this, wake Europe up for a while now. Since the war in Ukraine began, he's been warning the world that Europe could be Russia's next target, although never, as you say, with this gloomy of a tone. We haven't heard that before. He also previously said that Europe has to be war ready, he says, by 2029, launching this warning that Russia could launch an attack by then. These statements come from a 2023 NATO assessment that suggested that within the next 3 to 5 years, Russia could be in a position to wage a large-scale war. Could. He's not confirming this, but he said it could be a possibility. So the point of this speech, some people are calling it alarmist, others call it a necessary warning, a wake-up call for Europe, who's been dormant until now. So I don't believe it's only the only purpose of this speech. It's not just for shock value. I think it is a calculated attempt by Rutte to stress the urgency of the situation and to deter Russia and other threats in the coming years. He's pushing for allies to invest more in Europe. So his message is clear. He's saying, prepare now or risk paying for it later.
I find his comments really interesting because if I do think about it, I think he is seeing Russia as a major threat, like Catalina did say. But I do think when we look at Russia's invasion of Ukraine, they haven't done that well.
Yeah,
it's been 4 years. Yeah. It's been grinding on. It hasn't been what people expected it to be. Ukraine have really held their own, which has been a surprise to many people after Putin and the Russian army was expected to be so strong. So I find it really interesting what he's coming out and saying. But I do find another thing interesting. We're seeing the coalition of the willing. Yes. I like to call them the coalition of the talking because they don't seem to get much done.
There was more talking done as well today.
More talking, of course. More talking about talking. I sometimes compare it to, like, I don't know. Anyway, let's talk about the coalition of the willing, because they're meeting today again.
They're meeting at the moment. Yeah, it's happening right now. More talking.
Yeah, more talking.
Yep. Little things are kind of starting to come out now. This was co-chaired by Starmer and Macron, about 30 nations coming together, video conference, obviously including Zelensky. And this was about discussing, obviously, the most recent terms of the US peace deal, which Zelensky has just recently commented on, which I'll go into in a moment. Now, it was obviously about the drawing up of security measures as and when this peace deal gets signed. You know, they're trying to get ahead of things quite late in the game, really. But the UK government has come out and said that one of the main topics for discussion was on mobilising the frozen sovereign assets of Russia, which I see different figures, but at the moment, 335 billion, which was then going to be loaned to Ukraine. Now, that opens up a whole can of worms with regards to Belgium, who have said they are going to take legal action if the nations come together and try and do this. Now, also, Zelensky has come out and said that, that the US is pushing the Ukraine to withdraw from Donbass and create what he has said is a free economic zone. Now, you and I were saying we don't really know what this means. Possibly no one yet knows what this means. This is more words being bandied about. But yeah, what does a free economic zone, which is what they would turn Donbass into, Russia on one side, Ukraine on the other, and what this free economic zone is supposed to just magically stop anyone from coming into it.
It's an interesting term because I think that all three of us can agree is we don't actually know the ins and outs of what this new 20-point peace plan looks like. Obviously, we saw the 28-point peace plan that was up, and that was hugely alarming because it did seem to favour Russia. Now we have this 20-point peace plan. We don't know the details of it, but we're starting to get something. And I find the US has apparently proposed the creation of a free economic zone in the area of Donbass it wants Ukraine to withdraw from. So once again, I think the main sticking points in these talks are right now land and security guarantees. And I wonder if the only way Ukraine can deter Russia is if it does give up the Donbass. I wonder if this is now where we're moving to when it comes to these peace talks.
I think it kind of is. I think it kind of also aligns with what the U.S. is. I mean, at the end of the day, Ukraine knows that they're going to have to give up some land. So whether they like it or not, they're going to have to negotiate land, and this is how it's going to be if they want peace with Russia. But I think they're doing it in a more friendly way when it comes to Europe, and they're saying how they can favor Ukraine more in these negotiations. But I think it's all up to grabs still. We don't know what's part of the peace plan in the U.S. There's a lot of drafts coming around, nothing concrete just yet.
I wonder, could this be the get-out clause, the creation of this zone? Maybe it's the way to let everyone walk away they can kind of claim victory,
Yes.
and they can finally end the war. And maybe it is the get-out clause that Zelensky should be reaching for.
And I think this has been something that lots of analysts have been talking about time and time again when it comes to trying to reach some sort of deal, because we've seen Ukraine with red lines. Putin and Russia are obviously the aggressor, but they have stuck to the fact that they do want this territory. And obviously they haven't claimed the whole of Donbass. So I find it absolutely fascinating that we're now back to the main sticking points that have been the same ones since we started talking about this peace agreement months ago, since Donald Trump almost came into power. It's nearly been a year that the same sticking points remain. And if all goes well, we actually also saw Ukraine. Zelensky says he discussed security guarantees, and that was today with Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, Steve Witkoff, so the big guys in the US. And it'll be interesting to see if Zelensky does travel to the States this weekend to present that plan, because Donald Trump says he doesn't want him to if it's going to be a waste of time. So I wonder if now we're reaching that critical stage.
And who would administrate this region? And what would they call themselves? It's almost like the creation of a new kind of mini country in itself.
And they're a nicer problem. Where are these security guarantees? Who is going to monitor these? It's very difficult.
And what do the people of Donbass want? You know, they're just being told, you're going to become this zone. Again, no one's kind of asking all these millions of people what they would want. Yeah, this, it's... Every time a solution is found, it creates a whole other bunch of other problems. So
yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. We'll see what happens actually in the future and over the weekend, because we seem to be getting drip-fed lines, and we don't really know what's happening. So thank you for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And President Trump has launched the Trump Golden Card, offering wealthy foreigners a fast-track U.S. visa if they can cough up $1 million. The US president told followers successful applicants will have a direct path to citizenship as long as they can provide a substantial benefit to the country. This comes as Washington continues its immigration crackdown with mass deportations and an increase to work visa fees. Gemma, I must admit something. I did not know about all of this, but hopefully you can tell me more. How do people apply for one of Trump's golden cards? And do you get, like, amazing privileges? Because it's not cheap.
It's, first of all, be rich.
Be rich.
Okay, that's the #1 rule of applying for a Trump Gold Card. Be rich. So this was announced back in February. Now, this is the Gold Card, and foreigners who wish to apply for it, they have to be paying at least $1 million. That doesn't include all the additional fees as well that you'll be paying.
Wow.
So you've got to stump up $1 million to begin with.
Yeah.
Now, it promises US residency in record time. On the website, they're saying it could be a matter of weeks, when, as we know at the moment, going through the normal processes for a green card or a visa can take months or years. So really expedited. Now, applicants also have to demonstrate that they can offer substantial benefit to the US, whether that's investment, whether that's job creation. So there has to be further proof of that. You can't just turn up with $1 million and, you know, get your visa. You have to show that you're going to be investing in certain regions as well. That's not even the top tier card, okay? That is the platinum card, obviously, Trump's platinum card as well. Now, that is a cool $5 million.
Wow.
Okay, now what you get substantial benefits for that. What you get is the chance to spend up to 270 days in the US, tax-free. And Lutnick, the United States Secretary of Commerce, now he's suggested that the money they make from all of these visas could generate up to $1 trillion, and that could be used to tackle the national debt.
Okay. So we're at this 1 million gold card, 5 million for a platinum card. But my question to both of you ladies, if you had that kind of volume of money, would you want to live in the US? So Lutnick and Donald Trump are kind of countering on that all the rich people want to live there. But I don't know if that's the case.
We said
I
no,
think
didn't
this
we?
is
Earlier?
I think we'd stay in the region we are right now. Even if we had to pick, we'd pick something, you know, a hub that's closer to other hubs, maybe to Europe, to Asia. We're even also close to the United States. It's easy to travel. Personally, I don't think I'd be picking the United States.
I find it absolutely fascinating that there is this sort of rhetoric coming out that everyone wants to live in the United States. But Catalina, let's talk about these gold cards, because this isn't anything new. Lots of countries offer golden visas. We're in one.
Exactly, but not just other countries. The U.S. also already has had their own version of this investor-type visa. It's being replaced by their ancient program that's called the EB-5 Immigrant Investor Program. So, yes, many other countries as well. We have the UAE region, the Caribbean. There's also Europe that has this investor-based citizenship program, similar to the golden visa concept that Donald Trump is now proposing. So here in the UAE, for example, we have this golden visa. It's a long-term 10-year visa for investors. This is via real estate or business investment. Several European countries also have this golden visa. There's Greece, Spain, Portugal, Italy, and especially Malta. They have citizenship by investment program called a golden passport. So this passport scheme has actually been ruled illegal by the European Court of Justice just this year, claiming that citizenship cannot be reduced to a commercial transaction, setting a precedent now actually for the European continent. We'll see what will happen. But in short, yes, the UAE, Caribbean continents, as well as several European countries already have this golden program that is now being discussed by Donald Trump.
I find it fascinating because if we think about it, Donald Trump is now touting the golden and platinum visa. They're a lot more expensive than the ones that you can probably get anywhere else in the world. But at the same time, we've seen this huge push and on the crackdown on immigration into the US. You know, ICE, we've seen the National Guard deployed to all several cities. It's quite a confusing message, Gemma.
Yeah, I mean, Lutnick as well, he's put his position quite clear, and he says this programme will ensure the best people coming in. By best, read rich, read wealthy, read people with money. And he has previously said that at the moment, the US visa process allows for the bottom quartile of immigrants to come in. You're really seeing people being othered by their economic, prosperity, by how rich you are. You're either seen as best or you're seen as bottom quartile. So, yeah, it's very interesting. They want to welcome all these people in to create jobs and invest. And who's going to be doing the jobs that you're creating if you're trying to get rid of people who are working class people or blue collar people who have been traditionally working those roles, perhaps in agriculture and construction? Who's going to be there to do the jobs?
Or to process your visa. I think that's one of the big questions. And also Donald Trump, in order to get more of a grip on immigration and people visiting the country, I don't know if you saw that story yesterday, but he was saying that if you wanted to apply for a visa into the US, like I've got a British passport, so you can get an ESTA, and you can pay for that. And apparently now if you want to apply for an ESTA, you have to send, and they'll look at your social media going back 5 years, which is absolutely fascinating, isn't it? Because everyone's had an opinion.
Who's going to be doing this as well? Like, that's, especially next year, it's the World Cup. There are going to be so many people, myself included. We're going to watch some games there. They are about to face like this enormous, influx of tourists. And what? So they're going to be looking at the past 5 years of everyone's social media. Again, is it one of those things that he says with no kind of thought to it?
I'd personally be deterred from doing this. Like, who's going to bring up all their history from 5 years of social media to go to the United States?
Oh, you wore that? Oh, my God, that's terrible.
Oh.
That's so out of fashion now. You can't come into the country. I mean, what criteria are you going to be judged on? Well, terrible memes? I don't know.
There's lots of different speculation. That's the problem. No one really knows what criteria is. Some papers are saying allegedly it could be if you've criticised Donald Trump. Other papers are saying it could be allegedly if you have backed a terrorist organisation that's been recognised in the US. It's to keep the country safer. But there's lots of different reasons, but the solid one hasn't been outlined yet.
I think they have been doing this already, though. There was the case of the French scientist. He went, I think, in a work or tourist visa, and they checked his social media history where he was a bit critical of Donald Trump, and he wasn't allowed in.
Wow.
So I think they've already been applying this social media type of surveillance on people that are traveling to the United States, whether it be a work visa or a tourist visa. But I think they're just going to be applying this to the general population now.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting, like you said, the World Cup you're going to, you better start applying for your visa now.
I better start clearing up my social media.
You
Not that
better.
there's anything
Yeah.
controversial on it. Yes.
Yeah. But if it's on social media, you can't ever really delete it.
It's there forever.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I wish I hadn't got Facebook when I was about 12. Anyway, moving on. Let's go to another story now. Do you take Bitcoin? Well, if you're in the Swiss city of Lugano, the answer is yes. Around 350 shops and restaurants accept cryptocurrency there. You can even pay for childcare. Catalina, I do not think I pronounced the name right. I'm sure you can tell us exactly what it is. But tell us more. How does this work, and is it the future?
This is called Plan B, Leigh Ann. Will this be your Plan B or Plan A?
I feel like
Plan C?
I feel like at the moment I'm working in cash for loads of different reasons.
Plan C, then.
So I think
You're
this
on
is
Plan
my
C.
Plan C, yeah.
We're still on Plan C right now.
Yeah.
But this is the city of Lugano's official initiative, so it's making cryptocurrency, especially Bitcoin, of course, it's largely known, usable in regular, everyday transactions across the city. So this would be the case as we do with regular credit cards, debit cards, cash. So it's a public-private effort. It's led by the city in partnership with crypto infrastructure providers like Tether and Bitcoin Suisse to build, they're calling this a practical crypto payment ecosystem. So why is this important now? It's not just because it's letting people pay with Bitcoin or crypto, but it's also building a full city-wide payment network where Bitcoin is treated as a real spending option, which it wasn't before. It's not just before it was investment or also speculation assets. So this is making it one of the most advanced examples of everyday crypto adoption in Europe. Is it the future? I mean, this is new for Europe, perhaps. Numerous places like Dubai, for example, especially in real estate, hospitality, and the luxury sector, already accept Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies as a form of payment. So this also positions Dubai as a global crypto hub already. So why not adopt this in other cities or countries, giving people more payment options?
What I find fascinating is, I didn't look up the price of Bitcoin, but I do normally keep a close eye on it. Let's say it's around $60,000 a Bitcoin at the moment, give or take, okay? And a coffee is like $8. So what happens? It's like 0.0000 of a Bitcoin, which I find quite fascinating, because obviously when you look at Bitcoin, it's in one coin, you know, so you've got 60,000 in one Bitcoin wallet.
Yeah.
You know, so to spend on that would be so weird to see your transactions coming out anyway.
Like balancing your checkbook
I know,
back in the day.
0.83 on a coffee or something like that. Anyway, Gemma, it's quite interesting because Catalina mentioned it there, but Dubai, pretty open to crypto actually.
Yeah.
And could we see more cities taking this sort of stance when it comes to currencies like crypto?
I mean, Dubai is a leader, you know, on the world stage when it comes to adopting new technologies and being open and amenable to these. And the government is piloting a scheme whereby you can pay, you know, fees, government fees and services with crypto. But at the moment, as you say, the hospitality industry, there are certain places where you can pay by crypto here. Now, in the US, you've got Detroit, New York, Colorado, Utah, and Louisiana, and they currently accept payment, but for municipal, you know, payments. So again, taxes, permits, fines, and fees. That seems to be where many cities who are adopting this, that's what you can pay for. You can't just, you know, go to a coffee shop at the moment and pay, or go to McDonald's, which I saw in Lugano. You can pay for your Big Mac with Bitcoin as well. So worldwide, you've got Buenos Aires and Panama City, and then upcoming you've got Cannes and Vancouver. They're kind of becoming newer crypto cities where governments, you know, you can pay for your fees and services. Now, it's slow going. You know, you mentioned before the show, crypto's been around for a long time now, and you still don't think they've got to where they thought they would be, you know, at this point?
Yeah, it's quite interesting because I've talked about crypto, I think, throughout my whole career, especially Bitcoin. And I remember doing a lot of work about Ecuador. It was called the Bitcoin experiment, because you must remember countries like Ecuador, and you look at other countries, you know, their currency has fallen so low, they adopt the US currency as the currency to use because of inflation and because of their own currency problems. So they did adopt Bitcoin. And I found it really interesting because loads of people took that on as an experiment, and it faced a lot of hurdles when it came to Ecuador using Bitcoin. And one of the main reasons is it's not tangible. And I think that's been the problem with Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin is a really good theory, but I think people still like to know where their money is. They still like to make sure that it's pegged to something like the US dollar, and they understand that they can pay in a note, and they can see their currency in a bank account. It's quite different when it comes to Bitcoin. And of course, economic stability is a major thing for small countries like Ecuador and countries around the world. And Bitcoin's been historically volatile, so it's very difficult for them to be able to build a stable economy on a volatile currency. Bitcoin, also another thing about Bitcoin is energy, resources, how much mining Bitcoin takes, and how that could be environmentally impactful, where they're going to keep on getting this energy from. I do think that that's the old school of thought, because that's maybe what people were saying ages ago, but now everyone, the youngsters, dare I say it, they're probably more inclined to be less fearful of using Bitcoin, because maybe they're not like us old school who likes to use our notes.
I guess we have to remember that once upon a time, a cheque was a brand new and newfangled thing, and a credit card was brand new. But just continuing what you were saying about kind of the disadvantages, there's no regulatory framework. And one has to wonder as well if there's going to be a global, you know, legal framework, or if every country's going to have its own. And at the moment, most governments still require that conversion goes back to local currency. So getting people to part with their credit cards and swap it out for crypto, I think, is still quite in its infancy. What are your thoughts?
I think it's going to be, I mean, if other countries are doing it and you could follow the role, for example, the example that Dubai has set, maybe it could normalize the situation. I still don't know who are the people who are using most of these Bitcoins. I don't know. Maybe it's more tech people and etc. But I think it could be more normalized, but I think it's still experimental. So we're going to look at this city, we're going to see the results, we're going to see if it works in a more developed country. When we're talking about Latin America, or a country like Ecuador or El Salvador, where perhaps their currency is also not as stable, and they're also trying to experiment. So I think Bitcoin is a type of coin of experimentation, where we could try other currencies. We'll see if it works out or not.
And I find it fascinating because, you know, talk about Ecuador just quickly, and African countries and El Salvador, places who've looked to adopt this. A lot of the problem is in Dubai, it's quite easy to adopt because we have technology and we have infrastructure. But you look at parts of other countries and they don't have that tech infrastructure other than in urban areas. You know, it's a very tech-based. So somewhere like Dubai, it's kind of perfect. But when you look at other countries, it's a little bit more difficult. But it's a really interesting conversation. Maybe I'll be buying my first Hermes handbag in Bitcoin. Who knows? Now, it's that time of the show where Gemma and Catalina have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Gemma, it's almost the end of the year. Tell us the best buys for 2025.
So the roundups are coming in. I love an end-of-year roundup. I find it very interesting. You know, your Spotify Wrapped and all of these things.
No, that was irritating.
Netflix should do that, don't you think?
Spotify Wrapped was just irritating.
When it tells you your age, it tells you how old you are from the music you've been listening to. I do think Netflix should kind of tell you what you've been watching over the year as well. So this is UK retailer John Lewis, and they've done their annual How We Shop, Live and Look report. So these are the big things that we were buying this year. Okay, so first of all, my favourite, big pants for ladies. But I mean that pants in the UK version.
Big knickers.
Yes, not in the US version. Bridget Jones is back, clearly. Big knickers are in. Swimsuit season in October, which I found very interesting. The sale of swimsuits has gone up by 28% in October, which in the UK is freezing cold.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot more people kind of going wild swimming, as you said before, like saunas, ice baths and things like that. Or maybe they're just all going off to the Caribbean in October and they want their swimsuits there. But yeah, sort of... swimwear is becoming a bit not just for the summer, so that was quite interesting. This puzzled you. Glasses and tumblers shaped like fish. Yeah, so fish-shaped tumblers. Very, very 2025. Everyone's loving that. And anything paddle as well.
I bought paddles,
right?
Brackets this year.
Okay.
Yeah. Fish, I don't understand.
Have you bought a fish tumbler?
Oh gosh,
year? Right,
no.
You made it viral.
No,
Find out.
I have to look at them. I can't get my head around fish. I thought that's quite retro. Didn't they have them in the 60s where you had like, I remember my grandparents had like a glass vase on the table and it was shaped like a fish.
Maybe it's kind of like, and quite Scandi as well, I think. And two things that are out, skinny jeans for men and double beds. Now, in the UK, the beds are tiny.
Yes.
It's a bugbear of mine, but they are gone now, double beds. It's all about the Super King. So in 2025, the UK has woken up to the Super King.
Finally.
Decades after everyone else.
I think quite controversially, I don't mind skinny jeans on a man. I don't know what
it can look... No, if it's part of the style, yeah, I don't mind them, yeah.
It's a no for me.
It's a no from you.
It's a no for me. I'm letting everyone know. No skinny jeans.
If you want to go on a date with Catalina, please do not wear skinny jeans. I quite like them sometimes. I think there's a vibe about them. But anyway, I'm glad they've also gone out for women, because I felt like I wore skinny jeans for way too many years.
It was a long time, yeah.
Far too long. Catalina, and your story is about a really very lucky skydiver. What happened?
Do we have the images?
Do we have the images? I'm sure they'll come up.
They'll come up.
Yeah.
So
there they
we
are.
go.
There they are.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
So the images speak for themselves. I'm traumatized. If someone was already asking me to go skydiving, I was saying no. No, it's a triple no. But here you see it. You see the moment the skydiver's parachute, it wraps around the wing, so it leaves them hanging mid-air. You see the scary moment. The footage was released by the Australian Transport Safety Bureau. These images are actually from September in Australia. So what happened, in case someone wants to go skydiving and avoid this incident? The video shows the skydiver's reserve parachute that accidentally deployed while he was getting ready to jump out that door. So that is what caused the incident. Eventually, the skydiver did cut himself free and survived the incident with minor injuries. Wow. So this is actually extremely rare, not the injuries, but it seems that basically the statistic of having to use this reserve parachute because of any type of malfunction is actually 1 in 1,000 skydiving jumps. So personally, I'd rather not even take that 1 in 1,000 chance.
That's quite low. That's quite low odds for me.
That's quite low
Still not
odds.
taking any chance.
But what I find fascinating is that other people just kept on jumping out while he was stuck. I think if I saw that happen, I'd be like, I'm staying in this plane and you're landing it. I find it quite fascinating. Look, other people are just going for it.
Excuse me, there's a guy stuck to the plane.
Yeah, would you be like, I'm sorry, I'm out?
They were like, we paid for it, we're going.
Yeah.
You figure it out.
I'm not sure. But he was obviously very experienced and was able to get out of the situation. Like, that's quite a tough position to be in, isn't it? I just find it terrifying.
It can bring awareness to the sport of skydiving.
Yeah.
He was very calm, though, like cutting away at it. You know, that's... Do you keep, like, a pocket knife handy as well for those kind of eventualities?
I will.
Yeah, from now on, I think.
Because he cut himself free, so
you must just have one. It must be kind of part of your kit. I guess. Your emergency, I'm stuck on a plane kit.
Oh, gosh. But those guys who just kept on jumping out, I was like, what's wrong with you? Go back inside.
Each one their own.
Come on. But anyway, thanks to our guest today, correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Al Arabiya English presenter Catalina Marchand de Breuil. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye. Thank you, and have a lovely evening.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now we're going to head to the Middle East, and as winter storms move in, Gaza's humanitarian crisis is worsening. Well, heavy rains and cold weather have caused heavy flooding across the war-torn strip. After 2 years of warfare, the majority of Palestinians there are now living in tents and makeshift shelters, structures that offer little protection from the rain or the cold. Well, there are already reports of babies dying from hypothermia. Well, as the humanitarian crisis worsens in Gaza, Israel's policies are reshaping reality in the occupied West Bank. The Israeli government has approved the formalization of 19 settlement outposts as independent settlements. That's the third wave of such policies. Well, rights groups warn that settler attacks against Palestinians have forcibly displaced 44 communities across the West Bank during the past 2 years. Well, settlement outposts are considered illegal under international law. We can speak now to Ambassador Mu'taz Khalil, who's a former permanent representative of Egypt to the United Nations. He joins us from Cairo. Ambassador Khalil, thank you for joining us. It's being reported that the second
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. It's being reported the second phase of the US-led Gaza peace plan is not far off. Is it your understanding? Are we ready for the second phase now?
Not necessarily, Tom, because there are contradicting statements from even the United States. They mentioned that they were going to appoint the peace board before the end of this year, and then we heard that it will be appointed early next year. This is one institution from 3 others that have to be implemented, or 2 others, because there are in all 3 institutions that have to be appointed before entering into the second phase. Regarding the ISF, the International Stabilization Force, we heard the same confusing comments that it was going to be appointed or composed or established by the end of the year, and then early in January, and then when ready, which means that there is a lot of work to be done, especially that no one country has specifically indicated its intention to participate in this force. Third, the Committee on Palestinian Governance, there are rumors that there is agreement between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority about certain names, but again, there is no, we haven't heard anything from Israel whether they accept it or not, because you know Israel has this precondition of neither Hamas nor Abbas. So to me, I think it is a little bit far, especially as well that some Israeli unidentified source mentioned that the second phase is still far away from being implemented. So I think now there is a little confusion about the timings and the possibility of entering into the second phase and implementing the whole agreement.
Okay, but when we look back at phase 1 then, I mean, we've had, obviously, the hostages have been released, Palestinian detainees have been released, not all of them, of course, but many of them, and all but one of the hostages' bodies have been located and returned. When you look at phase one, does it look to you like both sides equally fulfilled their sides of the deal?
No, of course not, because if we look at the situation on the ground, there is no ceasefire. The ceasefire has been breached systematically, daily, by the Israeli forces. Today, they are bombarding targets in Gaza. A couple of days ago, they assassinated one of the leaders of Hamas. They are still blocking some Hamas fighter in tunnels below or beyond the yellow line. So I don't see that there is a ceasefire. And by the way, this is one of the main elements that makes country hesitate to participate in the ISF, in addition to the idea of whether they are going to fight Hamas or disarm it by force or not. But again, if there is no ceasefire, it is very difficult for countries to go on and risk their troops and their equipment to be sacrificed within the battle line.
Right, you're saying it's a ceasefire in name only. Gaza is, of course, now partitioned. Israel has more than half of the Strip under its full direct control. And we heard the head of the Israeli army, Eyal Zamir, saying that the yellow line, in his view, is the new border for Israel. Does it look to you like Israel intends to annex Gaza?
Well, I think that this statement is de facto correct, because to me, in my assessment, this first phase of the Trump peace plan or comprehensive peace plan is so far the only phase that could be implemented. And I fear that this will be the final one. And I thought about this, and these statements by Israeli generals do look to confirm this fear. But again, we count on the United States to implement whatever they see regarding this plan, which is, again, by the way, not very much balanced, and especially the imbalance is in favor of Israel and against the Palestinians. But the strange situation in which we are in is that the Israelis and to a lesser extent the Americans are stalling the implementation of the second phase, while the Palestinians and the Arab mediators, which are not very favored within the plan as a whole, are asking and insisting on implementing the plan as a whole.
Let's talk a bit about the Rafah border crossing, because, of course, that is a crossing point between Gaza and your country, Egypt. Talking about Israel's intentions and what we read into them, when Israel says that the Rafah border crossing can reopen, but only in one direction, i.e. no one can come back through again, what do you read into that?
Well, Tom, these are the Israeli statements, and unfortunately they reflect what they intend to do. But on the other side, Egypt has taken, since the starting of this specific war, a very strong position, and it keeps repeating it as well. And this is what Egypt intends to implement on the other side, that there is no deportation of the Palestinians from Gaza to Sinai. This is a red line for Egypt, and it is not acceptable at all, not only because it poses a security threat to Egypt, but more important because it is, this means that the Palestinian issue would be liquidated, and not any Arab country is ready to accept that. On the other hand, there are talks between Egypt's high officials, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and others, with their counterparts in the United States and with the Israeli counterparts to make sure that these statements of Israel are not acceptable, and explain to them that no matter how they are going to repeat, how much times they are going to repeat these statements, this is not going to be acceptable by Israel, and it will be considered as an act of aggression against Egypt.
I want to pick up on what you were saying earlier. You mentioned about the assassination of the Hamas commander, Raad Saad. I mean, what's your understanding of what is actually left of Hamas?
No, apparently nothing much is left. The leadership abroad that is not in Palestine is relatively safe, although the Israelis keep mentioning that they are ready to target them whenever they can. On the ground, yes, Hamas does control the less than 50% of the strip that is under Palestinian control, but I don't think that they have too much weapons left. And they have mentioned many times that they are ready to leave government and give it back to an independent committee, and also to relinquish their weapons and handing them over to any authority that would be ruling an independent Palestinian state. So to me, there is not much left of Hamas on the ground, but again, they still control this part of Gaza that is not occupied by Israel, but they are ready to give this control back to an independent committee that would guarantee the protection of the Palestinian population. But as long as the Palestinian population is under threat of daily bombardment and daily incursions by Israel, I do not believe that they will be ready to give up anything.
And Ambassador Khalil, there are, of course, these reports of Israeli-backed anti-Hamas fighters on the ground.
There's something wrong in the sound.
I'm sorry, I'll ask that question again. Can you hear me now?
Now, yes.
Okay, let me ask that question again.
Say it again? Yeah.
And Ambassador, there are reports of these anti-Hamas Israeli-backed factions on the ground in Gaza. And I'm wondering whether you see this as perhaps representing a risk of an escalation and the potential for some internal fighting on the ground.
It does represent a risk of escalation, and I think that was the plan all the way by Israel. To encourage division and confrontation between the Palestinians, as much as they have done in Lebanon back in the 70s with this South Army Lebanon, and as much as they are doing in Syria now with encouraging the Druze. But again, I think the Hamas grip on the part that they control in Gaza is strong enough, and these factions that are Israeli-made or that favor Israel and Israel is supporting them, I do not think that they have any popularity on the ground. And we heard the news about the assassination of their leader, one of their main leaders, Abu Shabab, last week. And he was assassinated, by the way, by some of his comrades, not by Hamas. So the risk is there, but I do not think that it is a big risk unless, of course, Gaza is completely demilitarized as the plan envisages, and then these factions are not demilitarized and they may try again to gain control and try to make chaos in the Strip, which I hope does not happen.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We're out of time. Ambassador Mu'taz Khalil, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Reynald Menard, who is Project Medical Referent for Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders. He joined us now from Gaza City. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We are now 2 months into the US brokered ceasefire, and I'm wondering whether conditions on the ground have got any better as far as you can see.
We can see in a way, yes, because some commercial trucks are coming inside the Gaza Strip. So you will see more in the market some food or canned food, fruits, vegetables, a little bit of meat. But the problem is that people they can't afford everything. So most of the people they have no money. So they are really rely on the free food they can get from the NGOs. So the people that can afford what's in the market, they are the guys who have a little income from before, or people working for NGOs or other organizations, or for the Ministry of Health or other institution here in Gaza.
So before the US broke a deal, there were alarming reports of the level of malnutrition and hunger across the territory. Would you say things have visibly improved on that front, or not much?
Visibly, it will be not, to be honest, to tell you, because what we see, and it's just, I will just speak for MSF facilities. We had a lot of malnutrition before the ceasefire. We see that we have less malnourished kids and malnourished pregnant women and lactating women. This is not noticeable. We see that, and this is good. That means the food is entering the humanitarian organization. They are able to provide the food. It's not the same as the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was just giving for people who are allowed or able to come to their place and to be killed. So now we are doing a real humanitarian work, giving food to people who are in need. So this is a big difference from what Israel and America did from before with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. So yes, we can see it's better. In terms of medical conditions, no. This is far from what we were expecting from this ceasefire, to get medical equipment, medication, drugs, and all we need to repair people, not just to repair the Gaza Strip, but to repair people in the first. We don't have some vaccines, we don't have some drugs, we can't enter what we was supposed to be entered, like normal drugs, normal equipment for orthopedy, for example. It's not entering, it's not allowed. You need some ventilators for anesthesia. You can't enter them. So no, we are far from what was expected. So the humanitarian help is not coming in the right amount, and the amount is incredible. It's huge. We need a lot.
We'll just take a quick pause. Do you mind just tilting the screen back a tiny bit? We're still missing a bit of headroom on your side. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah, if you can stay in that position, that would be great, because otherwise you've got no headroom. Thank you. So what you're saying, Renald, is there's still a huge gap between what's needed and what's getting through, both in terms of humanitarian aid and medical aid as well.
Yeah, of course it is. And now with the storm, a lot of rain, it's the winter, and Israel and all the countries, they can't say they didn't know that the winter was coming. It's the third winter that the Gaza people has to suffer, and they are really suffering. And they are living under tents, they are living under rubble. For the ones who have lost everything, and most of them have lost everything. So the tents they flew away, there is flood here, there is mud everywhere. Everything is soaked. It's still raining now. We have 5 days of heavy rain, and you will have more needs. I mean, people will get sick because of this cold weather and the wet weather. They will get infection. They will get not just one infection, but they will get respiratory disease infection. They will everything. So all the food they manage to spare, they will be you can just throw it, and they don't have any shelters anymore for most of them.
So you're saying that with
the situation is, we're still waiting for tents. It was supposed to enter. We're still waiting for them. We need blankets in big amounts. Many of blankets entered, but we are far from what's needed to make people a little bit comfortable with warm equipment and something to be protected. And then, like I said, most of the drugs, most of the equipment to provide safe medication, safe treatment to the people, and to preserve their dignity and the right they have, because this is a humanitarian right to be protected and to get help. And Israel is not respecting this at all.
Okay, and in terms of the situation on the ground with regards to violence, I know that there have been more than 300 Palestinian people killed since the truce took effect 2 months ago. And we have spoken to people who've told us it's a ceasefire in name only. Are you hearing or are you seeing any evidence of violence on a daily basis?
Yes, of course we do. Of course we do. We hear bombing and shelling almost every day. We know that people are being killed and just more towards the yellow zone, orange line. So you know that the Gaza Strip is divided now in 2 zones, one where Hamas has more control and the other one for the Israeli army. So if you come towards what's called a yellow line, which is not on the plan for Trump first part, if you come too close to it, yes, you can be killed. We have some activities very close to this place, and we have daily shelling and bombing in these places, and people are killed, yes. Last Monday, 2 kids have been killed, 2 brothers, because they were too close to this yellow line, or they were perhaps over this yellow line, but they are kids, they don't know, and they shouldn't be a victim of shooting from soldiers from Israel. They are kids. They're not a threat for them.
Sure, and I wanted to ask you what your understanding is with regards to plans to reopen the Rafah border crossing to Egypt. How much of a difference would that make? And have you heard that border is indeed going to open anytime soon?
I'm not allowed to give you any information about this. This is not my part. I'm medical, so I'm not concerned about these issues. We have heard some information. We still wait for confirmation. So, of course, if it would be open, both sides, it would be easier to get most of the equipment. And for medical evacuation, it will be very, very useful, because medical evacuation by Kerem Shalom is the part of the south of Gaza Strip to go to Israel. It's not allowed, or it's very complicated. So 14,000 people are waiting still for medical evacuation. So if we could do that to Rafah, it would be much, much easier, of course.
Sure, and I know that MSF has been heavily involved in these medical evacuations, some of which have already taken place. I just wanted to ask you lastly, I mean, what's your message to the outside world for people who think that things in Gaza are better than they were before, and that the peace process is going full steam ahead? I mean, what's the difference between those kind of messages and the reality you see day to day?
We don't. I was there when we had the rain of bombs. So I can say it's a little bit more peaceful, but the rest is, everything is destroyed. All the infrastructure is destroyed. So the life is very, very challenging and very difficult for people. It's a struggle to survive every day, to get water, to get food, to get wood, to make fire, to cook, and to be warm, to find a shelter, and to be healthy. This is almost impossible for many of them. For many of those people. So this daily suffering, and with the rain now, it's a nightmare without any ends. It's just continue and continue and continue, and the suffering is continuing. So yes, less shelling, less bombing, but here in Gaza there is no place safe. So you can be killed any moment, because Israel takes the right to bomb whenever they want.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Reynold Menard, MSF in Gaza City, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. Welcome to a W News special interview on Al Arabiya English. Carlos Ghosn, the former automotive executive once hailed as a turnaround genius for Nissan and Renault, has become a figure as notorious as he is celebrated. From leading major global car companies to a dramatic arrest in Japan and a daring escape to Lebanon, his career is marked by both remarkable achievements and controversy. Today, Ghosn joins us for a special interview, telling us he is the victim of the justice system of Japan and France and sharing his perspective on Lebanon's plans to normalize ties with Israel. Carlos Ghosn, thank you so much for joining us today. I just want to start with the fact that Nissan is currently facing significant financial challenges and appears to almost be going from bad to worse. What is your advice to the struggling car company you actually saved from bankruptcy?
Look, I think it's difficult to give any advice 7 years after having left the company in the conditions that you know. Because to give a good advice, you need to really analyze the data from inside. You need to understand exactly what are the weaknesses. You need to see the numbers. You need to see the executives. But the bottom line is, you know, that they should take very bold decisions in order to reshape the company. Because frankly, falling back to what was the company in 1999 or even worse is really, really very bad. So I think they're going to have to really establish a plan based on a very clear and realistic diagnosis of the situation and then address the challenges one after the other. Now, what are these challenges? How deep they are? You need a much more thorough examination of the situation of Nissan for me in order to give you some good advice.
Let's talk about some bold decisions, because as part of Nissan's restructuring plan, they are focusing more on cutting costs than making cars, something very different to your vision when you were at the company. How damaging could this strategy be in the future?
You know, you cannot be saved through cost reduction. You cannot. I mean, you can be saved only with good products, good technology, geographical expansion, fighting on every market, you know, against the toughest competitor. But it may have to start with what I call a cost reallocation. That means you reduce cost where you have money which is not giving you results, and then you put it into what's going to ensure your growth or your profitability. So the reallocation of resources is very important, but it cannot be limited to that. After the reallocation of resources has to be done within a strategy. This strategy has to be based on products and technology. And obviously you're going to have people facing challenges and not running out of them.
Now, many automotive companies are facing huge uncertainty since President Donald Trump announced 25% tariffs on car imports to the US. What do you make of the US president's taxes and how damaging could they be?
Look, this was not a surprise. The tariff was not a surprise. We know that you know, the U.S. market, which is one of the largest market, probably the second largest market in the world, was importing much more car than exporting. And this has to be balanced. The President of the United States decided to balance it by imposing tariff, which mean making importing cars a little bit less competitive in the United States. So you have to deal with this. This is a reality. You can't escape the reality. You cannot whine about it. You cannot just blame this or that. You just have to reassess your strategy, of your sourcing strategy in function of that. And by the way, a lot of car manufacturers, particularly Japanese car manufacturers, are already reallocating their production in taking in consideration the tariff that have been imposed by the US president.
And how are US auto tariffs shaking the global industry? And are more job losses possibly on the horizon due to this?
Well, I think job losses are linked to the total market. Total market is still growing. I mean, there are going to be changes in jobs. That means probably more jobs in the United States and less jobs in Japan, or less jobs into export, less jobs in Europe exporting to it. But I think a car manufacturer is going to have to reevaluate their supply chain, and that's what they're doing, instead of, in a certain way, exporting to the United States from Japan or from Korea or from Europe. They are trying to build these cars in the United States, or eventually very near from the border of the United States, Mexico or Canada, in order to reduce the impact of tariff on their own product. This is a fair game. It is something that all car manufacturers have to face, including General Motors and Ford, because you need to remember that they have a lot of plants also in Canada or in Mexico or even in Europe, and they are shipping to the United States. So this is something that is hitting the whole industry. And in fact, the people who are going to be winning are the more nimble, the one who are going to react fast, and they're going to do it in the most efficient way.
And looking at car production figures for 2024, China produced 31 million cars, more than 3 times the number produced by the US and about 4 times the number produced by Japan. Why is China dominating so much in this sector?
Well, China is a very interesting case. Some people say, well, China is the new Japan. You know, they remember what Japan was in the 70s and the 80s and even in the 90s. But in fact, China is very different. And it's very different because while Japan has imposed itself on the market by adopting the system and by trying to be competitive within the existing system of supplying the automotive industry with their own approach of Kaizen, which means continuous improvement, basing on quality, on reliability, on lean manufacturing, and a lot of cooperation between the car manufacturer, the suppliers, and even the government. China has a completely different approach. China is not trying to adapt to the system. China is trying to change the system, to adapt, to put in place a system that is more in line with their own interest and their own talent. So they are trying to leapfrog the technology. They became masters in EV, taking advantage of the fact that the Japanese or the Koreans or even the Europeans were late on EV. They've developed a lot of technology in batteries. They're developing a lot of software. They're creating an ecosystem, a digital ecosystem. So the Chinese are trying to change this industry to their own benefit. On top of this, they have a huge cost advantage that they are, in fact, exercising in all the market. And there is a very, very strong coordination between the government, from one side, the industry, the infrastructure, and the financial system. So it makes really China a very strong actor that everybody's going to have to deal with for the years to come.
And it's so interesting because I just hear you talking there about why China is dominating. And I think one of the big questions at the moment is who's going to win the AI race? Is it going to be the US or is it going to be China? So I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
Well, it is unclear for the moment. Obviously, the US has a clear advantage, but the Chinese have already shown that they are taking the challenge. They are investing massively. They have a lot of talents. You know, they have a strategy which consists to really compete against the US in all the fields. So for the moment, I would say the US is in advance, but I don't know how long this is going to prevail. The jury is still out.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the rise of Chinese cars we've just been talking about has been a significant shift in global automotive markets, of course. But which countries do you think will be more affected by this? Would it be the US? Will it be Europe? Will it be Mexico, Canada, Japan? What do you think is going to suffer the most?
Okay, let me give you my opinion. The first market which is going to suffer the most is going to be Europe. Mm-hmm. And why Europe? Europe has a strong, very strong engineering, but they are very weak on cost. Mm-hmm. And Europe had the very nasty habit to base themselves on regulation versus market. They have been on and off on electric cars, they've been on and off on batteries, and this is really very bad and weakening the European car manufacturers. So I think they're going to be the first victim of the Chinese onslaught on this industry. Second come Japan. And why Japan? Because Japan has been very late on EV until now. Even though Nissan was the leader into mass marketing electric cars, they lost this leadership because they were not focused on it, while Tesla was really advancing very hard. And now, as you know, BYD. Mm-hmm. So the fact that they have lost the race, they are losing the race on EV is very bad from Japan. And on top of this, the Chinese are beating them on cost in all the export market. I would position in third Korea, then eventually Canada and Mexico. But Canada and Mexico, having been mainly manufacturing base for other car manufacturer or American car manufacturer or Japanese car manufacturer, may become a base for Chinese manufacturer in the future. So I would say the big loser, Europe, number one, Japan, number two, followed by Korea. And the United States will be protected because, as you know, there is a tariff which is going to be give much more time for General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler to react. And also because they have strong brands, particularly when we come to like commercial vehicle or pickup truck. The U.S. market the American market are still very strong.
And let's talk a little bit about Tesla, because you mentioned it there, and it's had a real wild ride this year. We've seen the stock decline, and now it's reached new highs. What do you make of Elon Musk's vision and his short-lived moment in U.S. politics?
Well, first, Elon is a formidable entrepreneur. Having brought Tesla where it is today is remarkable. But Tesla is facing a challenge that it was an innovative company, and it has now to transform itself into a hard car manufacturer, competing with an industrial system. And this is where they have a risk when they are facing a company like BYD, because BYD is a close second in terms of innovation and in terms of new things that they are introducing with the electric cars, but they have a formidable competitiveness when it comes to vertical integration, when it comes to cost competitiveness, and also when it comes to investing into the technology that matters for electric car, which means mainly the battery and everything around the software. So it's going to be a very interesting challenge and competition to watch between Tesla from one side and the Chinese maker from the other side, headed by BYD.
And you were actually the first person to run two Fortune 500 companies, Nissan and Renault, at the very same time. How is AI going to change the world, Carlos, that we live in now? And do you use ChatGPT? Because the big question right now is what is going to be the difference when it comes to AI and to the future and jobs?
Yeah. Well, first, I think, yes, obviously AI is going to take a lot of jobs away, but at the same time, it's going to create a lot of jobs on the side. This is a story that we have seen many times. This time it's much more radical, but I'm not very pessimistic about the jobs evolution. I think the job evolution is going to find its way through new technology, new discovery, new needs that AI is going to facilitate. What AI is going to change in terms of management is it's going to empower managers. That means today the AI tool is going to allow people which are in management jobs to really have a much better decision making, much better data in order to make these decisions, and frankly a kind of sparring partner with which they can discuss. Obviously, the manager is going to always have to ask a question. He has to, at the end of the day, shape the strategy. So in my opinion, it's all positive in terms of management company and in terms of executive suites. But there's going to be some kind of job destruction from one side and a lot of job creation from the other side.
And you know something? I was just going to ask you a question. Do you think that there will be a driver's license in the future when we look to somewhere like 2050, let's say? Because driverless cars are really becoming a thing, but they're not widely used at the moment. So do you think someone like me eventually won't need to have a driver's license?
Yeah, you know, we have already a hard time making a provision for 2030, so you can imagine 2050, we are here in speculation. But let me give you my opinion. I think, yes, you will continue to need the driver license. Now, the driver license is not going to test what it used to test you in the past. It's going to be something very, very new, because even if you are into a robot taxi or in a completely autonomous car, you're going to have to be inside, or you're going to have somebody's going to have to own this product on the market. You have a problem of liability. So driving license or owning a car like this is going to require some tests to make sure that you're going to act safely and within the normal responsibility that everybody who owns a car needs to demonstrate.
I actually went to see one of those autonomous vehicles here in Dubai. They're absolutely fascinating, I must say that. But I still think, like you say, a driver's license is needed. And just another question looking to the future, and I want to talk a little bit about traditional fiat currencies. Do you think they'll still dominate, or do you think new currencies like Bitcoin, which is obviously gaining in popularity, will be the new normal?
Look, it's very hard to answer your question, but what is absolutely sure is that near the fiat currencies, you're going to have cryptocurrencies, you're going to have gold or silver. I think all of them are going to exist for different needs and to protect people in different countries. So I'm expecting a kind of rise of the popularity of the cryptocurrencies, obviously with up and down and crisis, and you know, it goes down then go up, but the trend is going to be up, in my opinion. And look what's happening with gold, and each one of them has its own advantage. For example, one of the reasons for which gold is going up today is the fact there is some kind of defiance, not only from central banks in the world, but also from a lot of people across the globe against fiat currencies because of the indebtedness of the states and because of the difficulty that many important states in the economy have trouble to control their deficit. So people are a little bit scared. So some of them go to cryptocurrencies, but as you know, some people also are worried about cryptocurrencies because the cryptocurrency is a little bit virtual. So they like something a little bit more concrete. So they go to gold. So holding physical gold is probably something which you have no intermediaries. You're sure that is there, and you're sure you can be using it the day you need it. So my opinion, you're going to have all of this present, different needs, very, very difficult to try to imagine that in 25 years down the road, if one of them is going to prevail.
Yeah, it's so interesting because gold, of course, always been a traditional safe haven that people flock to at times of uncertainty. But I just want to turn our attention now to Lebanon, of course, where you live. How's life been treating you since you escaped Japan? And that was almost 7 years ago now.
Well, look, Lebanon is as you know, it's a martyr country. under a lot of pressures from different angles. There is a financial crisis, there is an economic crisis, there is a social crisis, there is war on the border, there is a political crisis. So all kinds of crises exist in Lebanon. But beside that, this is a country which is beautiful, which has a lot of resources. It has a lot of talented people, unfortunately exercising their talent more outside the country than inside the country. So I think this is a country that when it will find stability, it will, rise. It will rise again. But nobody is able to predict when this will happen. Concerning myself, I'm enjoying the good part of Lebanon. Obviously, I'm not involved into politics. I'm involved into social work to help people who are in need. But mainly, I'm staying on the side of it. And because I'm staying on the side of it, I can enjoy the beauty of Lebanon. I can enjoy the warmth of its population. I can enjoy everything Lebanon has to offer for not only its population, but also for the people who have the courage to visit it in these circumstances.
And you, of course, know everything about crisis management. Do you think you'll ever be involved in the political scene in Lebanon?
No, I would not be involved, but I said I would be ready to help. Any person who would be legitimately elected to a responsibility, as long as they ask for this help, I'm ready to put my own experience to serve the country, which hospitality has been great for me. I'm ready to do that. But involved into the political game, no, I'm not interested.
And do you think that Lebanon will ever normalize ties with Israel?
Well, I think that, in my opinion, yes, it will happen. Maybe not now, but it will happen in the future, because this is really a basic condition for Lebanon to rise again. As long as Lebanon is in a state of war and a state of conflict, it's going to be very difficult to see how people are going to be investing in and how the economy is going to be shaped up. I don't see how it has to happen. So we'll have to be patient to make sure that the stars are going to be aligned until peace, not only with Israel, but peace with Syria, peace with all the neighbors, peace in the region happens. So finally people take care of what matters, which is education, energy, employment, everything which matters for the citizens.
And Carlos, you've been ordered to stand trial in France next year alongside the culture minister over alleged corruption following a long-running investigation. You were, of course, the CEO of Renault. What do you make of these allegations against you?
Well, I have a difficulty to take them very seriously. Obviously, I'm not aware of all the investigation because I've been cut out of the file so far. I hope that one day they're going to give me the content of this accusation. But frankly, these accusations are based on two things: that this contract with Rashida Dati was secretive. I don't know how you can maintain a contract between a political figure and a large company like Renault secretive, because this person had to receive money every month. So you have treasury, you have control, you have auditors. She had to work inside the company. She contacted a lot of executives. So frankly, this allegation that it was a secretive contract, in my opinion, is not very serious. So hopefully we're going to be able to demonstrate it. The second one is they said that she was lobbying on behalf of Renault for the European in the European Commission. She was a House representative of Europe, and there are 500 of them. And frankly, we didn't need one member between 500 to lobby for Renault. I was, I remind you, the head of the ACEA, which is the association of all the car manufacturers in Europe. So I had the European Commissioner directly online whenever I needed something. So it doesn't stand too much. And then the last thing is, whenever there is a crime, there is a benefit. So I was asking a very simple question. What was my benefit? If somebody benefited from these so-called crimes or alleged crimes, It's Renault. So how come that Renault is not in the box of the suspects or the accused? You know, and I am dragged into this. The whole thing is very difficult to understand, but let's wait for the trial to see how this is going to be ending up. I think common sense will prevail, and I'm not very worried.
So you're denying the allegations against you, and you won't be going back for the trial, I'm guessing?
Well, I analyze the allegation. You know, usually when you're being accused of something, you have to analyze them to see if there is anything substantial or anything that makes sense. And frankly, from what I know, everything I analyze, in my opinion, doesn't stand a real analysis that hopefully will be made by the judge. But let's wait and see.
So, Carlos, you are now effectively exiled to Lebanon thanks to an Interpol red notice seeking your arrest. And I always wonder, and a question I would like to ask you, do you feel like you are the victim or do you feel like you're a villain?
What do you think? But this is an easy question to answer. I'm a victim. I've said it from the beginning for 7 years. I'm not saying I'm a victim, but I'm illustrating it with facts and illustrating it with data. I'm illustrating it with witnesses. I'm talking a lot about this case. Obviously, not a lot of people are interested today. They are more interested into what I can give in terms of management and in terms of experience. But this case is going to have to be dealt with the legal system in France. Without any doubt, I was victim of a plot. I can demonstrate it, and hopefully somebody not only will listen to it, but also will be able to make a decision on it.
And your future? You know, tell me a little bit of where you see yourself in the next 5 years. Do you think you'll still be in Lebanon? You're talking about people interested in your management skills. What are the future plans for you, Carlos Ghosn?
Look, that means my life in Lebanon, I'm happy with my life in Lebanon today. Obviously, I have a lot of opportunities to help and support a lot of people. Unfortunately, these opportunities are being handicapped by the fact that I cannot leave the country. And I cannot leave the country essentially because the Interpol red notice that you mentioned has been asked by Japan, and Japan is not going to release it because Japan usually after a red notice, because you are in a country which do not extradite their citizen, which by the way is not only the case of Lebanon, it's also the case of France or the case of Brazil, and I'm citizen of the 3 countries. Usually if you're really looking for justice, you transfer your file to the country where you are based in order to justice to be rendered. Well, a Japanese legal system dubbed by the United Nations a hostage justice system is not going to do that, because if they do that and we really defend it in front of an objective justice system, they may lose face. So I have to look for other means to get rid of this red notice because I don't think a Japanese authority is going to be releasing it soon.
Carlos Ghosn, it was a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time with me today.
Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Canada Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Marcus Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content, or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely as society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. The homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things, and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Yari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Yari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and check, and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. You know, there's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards, and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared, and then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was, I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So, of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases. And that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something good to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Al Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. For a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Tremos Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. And this place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course. We tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants, such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain, but normally I had strong painkillers. And my husband he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Jari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they used particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. Moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the Minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal. Coming to you from the Arabiya English studios, this is your weekly bulletin bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, with the end of 2025 in sight, we analyse the overall performance of the kingdom's economy, including the real GDP growth figure of 4.8% in Q3 compared to the same period in 2024. With people front and centre in Vision 2030, we look at how online learning platforms are helping the Saudi workforce to strengthen their skill sets. We'll be speaking to the CEO of Coursera, Greg Hart. And with more than 200 fintech companies in the kingdom, Saudi Arabia is going full throttle at its bid to be a fintech hub. We'll be speaking to Jawad Mahmood, who is the CEO of the payment services company MyTM. With the year drawing to a close, we're going to kick off with a look at the latest indicators on how the Saudi economy has performed in 2025. We now have the Q3 GDP figure, and the kingdom's real gross domestic product grew 4.8% year-on-year in the third quarter, supported by strong expansion in both oil and non-oil sectors. Well, oil activity rose more than 8%, non-oil activity was up more than 4.3%. Underlining continued momentum in the kingdom's diversification drive. Well, separately, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources has announced that the industrial sector has added 180 billion riyals to non-oil GDP, again reflecting the steady economic expansion and progress under Vision 2030. Let's get more on this now, and I'm joined by Jamil Ahmed, who is the global markets commentator. He joins us now. Thank you so much for being with us, Jamil. As the year draws to a close, just wanted to get your initial thoughts on how you think the Saudi economy has performed during the course of 2025.
Tom, there's definitely been an outperformance, and I think in all of the weeks that we've done these regular interviews, we must be close to 10 interviews now, there hasn't been 1 week where we haven't spoken about an economic growth forecast for 2025 or for 2026 when it comes to Saudi Arabian economy. Starting with last week's GDP figures, as you pointed out in the introduction, we saw economic growth over the third quarter of 4.8% compared to the previous year. Just days ago, we also saw the World Bank, of course, one of the leading institutions when it comes to think tanks. They upped their forecast for 2025. They see around 3.8% growth for this year. And then we've had other institutions, including the OECD, the IMF, and so forth, up in their growth forecast. Let's just mention the IMF briefly. They see growth at 4% for 2025 and likely to see growth at just above 4% for 2026. So we're certainly seeing an outperformance for Saudi Arabia. I think there's many initiatives driving this factor, including, of course, the 2030 vision and some of the global economic factors as well. But overall, we are seeing that the global economy is seeing moderate to slow growth 2025, a number of different external issues. But that hasn't impacted Saudi Arabia. And in fact, the economic growth for this year has been one of those shining stars compared to where other economies are headed.
Okay, so good news to start with. And of course, another number that we quite often talk about is inflation. Inflation now down to its lowest level since December 2024. What do you read into that?
Yes, so we saw the figure come out just a couple of days ago. We saw inflation of around 1.9% annualized compared to this time last year. It was the lowest figure since December 2024. In fact, we should talk more about how much this also helps the economy, because you have low inflation essentially over a sustainable period. Everyday people in Saudi Arabia have more disposable income, so more income and money to spend on the economy. But particularly, I would also highlight, as part of the 2030 vision about making Saudi Arabia more of a hub, not just for events, but also for businesses coming into Saudi Arabia. If you see lower inflation, it becomes more enticing and more encouraging to set up investments and businesses for the longer term. And I think we also should highlight the impact that the weaker dollar, the US currency, has had on Saudi Arabia this year as well, because obviously if you're coming from overseas, you'll find in your visits to the GCC countries, those currencies that are pegged to the dollar becomes less expensive, and also less expensive to set up businesses, whether that's manufacturing hubs, headquarters for some of these mainstream companies and so forth. So all of that inflation is also a positive impact on top of the government measures that are taking place as part of 2030 anyway.
Okay, Jamil, let's look forwards now. I mean, what sort of a year can we expect 2026 to be for the Saudi economy?
So we're going to be firmly into the final 5 years as part of that 2030 government vision. And I think we're going to see more strong growth for Saudi Arabia. Perhaps we're not going to see so many economic growth forecasts as we've already seen for 2025 heading into 2026. But some of the think tanks already, for example, are seeing growth around 4.5% last year. So we're going to, next year, sorry. So then we're still going to see very strong growth. And I would also highlight that we're already seeing non-oil exports for the first half of this year at the highest levels on records. We're expecting to see such trends and momentum continue into 2026. Of course, with Saudi Arabia also hosting so many international events, whether that's sporting conferences or industry events and so forth, a lot more tourism, a lot more international visitors going to be entering Saudi Arabia. And I think we're going to see Saudi Arabia's global brand as well expand more for 2026. So we're going to see a lot of movement around Saudi Arabia, a lot of focus, but that GDP is expected to continue to remain much stronger than global peers. In fact, the growth that we're going to see in Saudi Arabia is also going to help the GCC. And one of the economic reports that we've seen come out over the past couple of days is that the GCC and the MENA region are expected to outgrow the world economy for next year. We're looking at somewhere around 3.6% GCC and MENA growth, whereas the world economy is going to see growth around just below 3%. So a lot of outperformance. So I would also expect to see the tether of the stock markets and those local indices also benefit from some more focus on the region.
I just want to pick you up on that because that's a really important point. You're basically saying that in 2026, we can expect Saudi Arabia to do markedly better than the world economy as a whole. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. It's not going to be that 2025 was a one-off. We're actually going to see that be more of a concentration and more of a focus in 2026. And it wouldn't surprise me to see more of the mainstream media outlets and more of the mainstream financial publications start to highlight that factor even more firmly.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for talking us through that. A positive note to start on for this edition. Jamil Ahmed, Global Markets Commentator, thank you very much indeed for your analysis. Now, Vision 2030 puts people firmly at the centre of change, with a strong focus on developing local talent for a more diversified and innovative economy. Well, driving that innovation means building a highly skilled workforce equipped with the latest knowledge and expertise. Well, the online learning platform Coursera is now zeroing in on the Saudi market. With more than 350 university and industry partners worldwide, it's well placed to help learners strengthen their skill set. Well, we're joined now by Coursera's CEO, Greg Hart. Greg, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much, Tom. It's a pleasure to be here.
First of all, just tell us, what courses do you offer at Coursera and which ones are proving to be the biggest hits in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I'll start with a broad statement about Saudi Arabia. So we have 1.7 million learners in Saudi Arabia, which is up 26% year over year. And those learners, like learners across the globe, are very much focused on building job-ready skills. So that aligns very well with Vision 2030. And one of the biggest areas that we're seeing interest in across all of Coursera, and certainly true here in Saudi Arabia, is interest in Gen AI. So we now have more than 1,100 Gen AI courses on the Coursera catalog. That's up from only about 500 odd in 2024. And we're seeing an unbelievable pace of interest in those courses from our learners here in Saudi Arabia and around the world. We now have an average of more than 14 enrollments per minute happening in Gen AI related content on Coursera in 2025. That number is up from only 8 enrollments per minute in 2024 and only 1 enrollment per minute in 2023. 2023. So we're seeing this incredible skyrocketing interest in Gen AI content. Obviously, that's because of the impact that Gen AI is having in every different sector and every role. That obviously is a big part of what the Vision 2030 is all about here in Saudi Arabia, upskilling the workforce, ensuring that people have the skills that they need to succeed for the jobs of tomorrow, and not just the jobs of today. And it's an interest that we're very much aligned with in terms of how we are focusing and shaping Coursera's offering, both for enterprise partners and for individual learners around the world and here in Saudi Arabia as well.
Oh, okay, so Greg, you're saying you basically fit in very neatly to Vision 2030, which is obviously seeking to develop local knowledge and local talent. What does the demand for your courses reflect as far as Saudi Arabia's priorities are concerned? How do you see them reflected in the demand?
Well, a few things. Number one, Gen AI has the potential to contribute up to $42 billion to Saudi Arabia's GDP, according to Accenture and SDAIA. And so that's a massive number. But to realize that potential, it's going to require large-scale upskilling and reskilling initiatives. And so Vision 2030 is all about that, of course. And online learning is one of the most scalable enablers of that. So by 2030, 50% of Saudi Arabia's workforce is going to need retraining to enable that. And that's from Coursera's Future of Jobs report from this year, earlier this year in 2025. And so that's a huge number to reskill 50% of the workforce. Obviously that requires, not just the willingness on the part of the workforce, but also a scalable way to do that. And that's where online learning and Coursera can really play a key role. And we see that reflected in the fact that Saudi Arabia is really responding decisively to that opportunity through a number of strategic initiatives and investments. So, of course, the recent introduction of AI education at all grade levels through the SPA. And then on Coursera, we see that reflected specifically here in Saudi Arabia in the Gen AI enrollments that we've seen. So we have more than 129,000 Gen AI enrollments coming from Saudi Arabia, 57,000 in 2025 alone. Saudi Arabia ranks number 2 regionally on Coursera's AI Maturity Index. And Coursera's second largest market in the Middle East and North Africa is Saudi Arabia. And so we see the fact that the vision of Saudi Vision 2030 is being reflected in the interest in Coursera and in the enrollments that we're seeing on the platform.
Okay, and what about the split between men and women enrolling on your courses? How is that evolving?
Well, I do think that, obviously online learning can be a massive leveler of the playing field. We see that reflected on a global basis. We see that also here in Saudi Arabia. And so we can, I don't have the stats on the gender mix off the top of my head for Saudi Arabia. But we do see that there is, and obviously the kingdom has invested substantially in education for men and for women. On the drive-in from the airport, we passed by Princess Noura, the massive, women university here in Riyadh. And so there's been a phenomenal amount of investment here. And Coursera sees that reflected generally on the platform, where we have a very even mix across men and women. And we also see that women and first-time learners tend to be the ones who actually engage more with some of our features like Coursera Coach, which is an AI-driven tutor that rides alongside the learner in every single course. It's available in 97% of the courses on Coursera. And learners who engage with Coach have higher quiz pass rates, higher completion rates, and higher satisfaction. So 94% of learners who've engaged with Coach say that it improved their experience. 60% of those learners also say that it drove better career outcomes for them. So there's a phenomenal opportunity for tools like Coach and other capabilities that we have on Coursera to really level the playing field.
Now, partnerships are really important to Coursera at many different levels. Tell us about the sorts of partnerships that you've been striking in Saudi Arabia.
Sure. So it depends on the institution, but we've, as an example, I started the day with a meeting with Prince Sultan University, which we've partnered with since 2022. We enable departments across the university, across PSU, to offer courses on Coursera to their students as a way to enable part of their grading requirement. And so they can use courses on Coursera to augment the learning that they're doing in the classroom. And there's an opportunity through Course Builder, which is an AI-driven capability that we offer to educators to enable them to easily create courses through existing material and also blending the material that they have with courses from Coursera. And so that's one of the ways that we enable universities to accelerate learning and to augment their curriculum as well. We also have a partnership with the National E-Learning Center, NELC, here. And so that was another meeting that we had today. And then the Human Capabilities Development Program, so HCDP, which is the meeting that I came from most recently here. And so we have partnerships with a broad range of both government institutions and universities, as well as, companies here in Saudi Arabia, Aramco being a prime example of that. And so we really have examples of partnerships and customers across both government, higher education, and business as well.
Do you think we're going to see a growing shift away from traditional learning methods and institutions in situ towards online education, a bit like what you're offering there at Coursera?
I do think I would say it's not so much a shift away from higher education as much as a recognition that the traditional skills that higher education has offered really need to evolve to meet the rapidly changing needs of the workforce and employers. And so one of the things that we've been developing to help address that is skills tracks. And so because of the recognition that increasingly, given the pace of technological change, what people might have learned in university may no longer be as relevant, or that the degree that they had, the demand for that degree might be decreasing. And so there's a real imperative for both institutions and companies and individuals to really upskill and reskill to remain relevant.
Okay, Greg, just lastly, we've talked about AI a couple of times already in this conversation. It seems to be a major buzzword in quite a lot of the courses that Coursera seems to be offering. Could we be looking at a bubble here, or do you think this is something that's here to stay and that everyone needs to be prepared for?
Well, I won't pretend to be a perfect forecaster of whether AI is a bubble in the short term from a market perspective. I believe in the long run, AI will have a larger impact than the mobile phone or than the internet in terms of the way that it transforms the nature of work and the nature of learning. I believe it is a phenomenally incredible technology that continues to evolve at a very, very rapid pace, and that generally, I think human beings aren't very good at forecasting the long-range impact of transformational technologies like that, whereas in the short term, they might potentially overinflate the impact of those technologies. But I think it will have a fundamental impact, and so it's imperative that people, regardless of their profession, regardless of their age, regardless of their job, that they focus on making sure that they stay conversant and learn the skills that they need for a world that is changing more rapidly than ever before.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Greg Hart, the CEO of Coursera, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Tom.
Let's take a quick look at some of the other stories from the past week. Saudi Arabia has secured second place out of 197 countries in this year's GovTech Maturity Index. The figures, released by the World Bank, reflect the kingdom's excellence in digital governance. Well, in recent years, Saudi Arabia has worked to re-engineer government services and build advanced digital infrastructure very much in line with Vision 2030. As the authorities move to regulate the property market, Saudi Arabia has introduced stricter rules for landlords. These include tough penalties for those who breach rental regulations. Well, amongst the new rules, landlords who unlawfully raise rents face a hefty fine starting at 2 months' rent for a first offence, rising to up to 1 year's rent for repeat violations. Well, officials say the measures aim to improve compliance, transparency and stability across the rental sector. And highlighting defence cooperation between Saudi Arabia and the United States, the kingdom has floated its newest naval vessel, named His Majesty King Saud. This in the US state of Wisconsin. Well, the ship is the first of 4 multi-mission combat vessels being built under the Tuwaiq project for the Royal Saudi Naval Forces. Well, officials say the program will enhance fleet readiness to address emerging maritime threats. Now, Saudi Arabia has a growing focus on financial services and aims to be a thriving fintech hub by the year 2030. Well, back in 2018, there were just 10 fintech companies in the kingdom. There are now well over 200. Well, this growth has been accompanied by a significant increase in fintech-related employment. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Jawad Mahmood, who is the co-founder and the CEO of MyTM, which is a payment services and software development company. Thank you so much for talking to us. I wanted to start by asking you about MyTM, which is, of course, a fintech company operational in 5 countries across the world, amongst them Saudi Arabia. Just start by telling us a bit about what you do.
Okay, so MyTM was basically founded in 2018, in Pakistan, by the way, initially. So being a Pakistani, we were thinking to develop a wallet. Our actual main role model was WeChat. That's what we want to do. But then because of the regulations, they were not available there. We started developing fintech products, and then we entered into the Saudi market and we made Riyadh as our headquarters. So what we did, the products that we developed for ourselves that we were supposed to use for our customers, we started selling those products to the Saudi market, to the fintech industry. Specifically, the first product that we launched in the Saudi market was a digital wallet. Other product that we launched, where we got the SAMA NOC. SAMA is the Saudi Central Bank. And they gave us a NOC on a SME digital lending portal, where we reduced the lending time for a small and medium enterprise from 7 days to 3 minutes, up to $500,000 riyals. So this was the first of its kind product that was launched in Saudi Arabia. Saudi market is basically, I would say, like, they are focused on the new dynamic things. They are focused on technology, AI. And if you come up with a new idea, new concept that is going to ease out things for the customers and consumers, they welcome you. So after that, we entered into the UAE market, and we choose that UAE market to resell those products internationally. Now recently, MyTM, it got acquired by one of biggest Saudi fintech, that is called Burq. Burq is a digital wallet in Saudi Arabia. So Burq has acquired MyTM, and now Burq has recently got an EM license in Pakistan as well. So I am also the shareholder of Burq in Pakistan and Burq International, and I'm also heading MyTM as a CEO.
Okay, so you mentioned one of your products there. It's described on your website as being a white label wallet. Just tell our viewers, what does that actually mean?
Okay, see, a white label digital wallet simply means a company that doesn't have a license, but they want to facilitate their customer. For example, I give you one example. You can say any food delivery application, like Hunger Station in Saudi Arabia, Deliveroo in UAE, or like Uber Eats in the Western markets. So these particular companies have customers, they have drivers, they have restaurants, and they have a big ecosystem of the payments, because the payment has to go from customer. If it's a cash-based payment, it will go to the driver, and then from driver it will be going to maybe the restaurant or somewhere. And if it's a digital payment, it will be directly sent to that particular restaurant or any food delivery chain. So they need these kind of solutions. They are not regulated, but they have a big transactional volume. So under a license of any regulated company, a white label solution is being offered. So because as a Burq in Saudi Arabia, we have a license, and as a Burq Pakistan, we have a license. So we can offer white label solutions to these kind of companies where they can act as a wallet. And if you talk about the top 3 products, so we have wallet, white label wallet, payment aggregation, and I would say the top one is our loan management and loan origination system. That is totally digital, and it is connected with all the government services. It is connected with the digital KYC, KYB, AML, and everything. This is one of our most top rated products.
Now, Jawad, I was reading that you've got a partnership which offers pilgrims doing the Hajj the opportunity to make digital payments. Tell us a bit about how that works.
Okay, so digital payments, currently, our main focus for the digital payments is the cross-border. So what we are doing and what we will be doing in the future is the partnerships with other FIs in other countries. So with these digital payments, our main focus is the financial inclusion of those people who are not part of the ecosystem. There is, if you see about the GCC market, even if you see in the European market, people from the second world and third world countries, they are working there, but their earning is like a taxi driver, a Uber driver, or maybe a delivery man. Their earning is even more than an officer in their own home country. So whenever they leave the resident country and go back to their native country, in those banking systems, they don't exist. So the main focus of these kind of partnerships for the digital payments is to bring them into a kind of an ecosystem. Wherever they will go, their previous credit history will be going with them. This is how we are doing the partnerships.
Now, Jawad, I just wanted to ask you, you're originally from Pakistan, but you've found success in Saudi Arabia. And I'm just wondering what you attribute that success to and how easy you found it to do business in Saudi Arabia.
In Saudi Arabia, with the current latest initiatives taken by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the government, they have made it very convenient. And Saudi market is actually welcoming new talent, new products. And if you have out of the box and if you have a very nice kind of idea, they welcome you. And the investment ecosystem in Saudi Arabia is very good. They see a good team, they see the potential, and they invest in you. So I would say they are doing a tremendous job in giving ease of business to expats or the entrepreneurs who want to come and work in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, and just lastly, Jawad, I mean, there have been a lot of headlines in the last few weeks about deepening ties between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. And I'm just wondering, especially to you, you are of Pakistani origin, in the business world, where do you see these ties heading to?
I think there will be new horizons that will be opened between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. And because I'm from the fintech industry, so I will have more focus on this kind of thing. So the cross-border payments will be increased. The new talent will be moving from Pakistan to Saudi Arabia, and there will be. It's not just, you can say it is not just a defense pact that has been signed. It will be going to become a bigger economic boost between two countries. And I think with this kind of new ties and new collaborations happening between two countries, it's going to be like, I would say, a new kind of an ecosystem will be developed, where those people who are like, recently there was a discussion going on. We have a diaspora of a lot of Pakistanis living in the Western countries, and they are actually focusing on investing in Saudi Arabia, bringing in labor from Pakistan and giving them opportunities there. So these kind of new horizons will be open for both countries. So the investment will be happening, labor from Pakistan will be going there, and it's going to be a new kind of concept that will be happening in between these two countries.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, Jawad Mahmood, the founder and CEO of MyTM. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
Now, for those of you who know Riyadh, the city has a thriving art scene, as you probably are aware. Well, one thriving hub is the Jax district in Diriyah. Well, Jax will be the backdrop for the 2026 edition of the Diriyah Contemporary Art Biennale, which opens on January the 30th. Well, more than 65 artists from 37 different countries are going to be participating under the theme In Interludes and Transitions. Well, organisers say the Biennale reflects Dereya's growing role as a global cultural hub. And finally, this year's edition of Riyadh Season kicked off in October. And according to the chairman of the Saudi General Entertainment Authority, Turki Al-Sheikh, Riyadh Season has already attracted more than 8 million visitors. Well, organisers say the strong turnout reflects the season's wide range of events, and popular attractions include Boulevard City, which is home to theatres, concerts and entertainment shows, and also Boulevard World, which offers country-inspired experiences. Well, if you want to check out Riyadh Season, you have got until March to do so. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again for more coverage throughout the course of 2026. Meanwhile, do stay tuned.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
J. Daniel Atlas. You may remember me as your personal favorite of the Four Horsemen of Magic. Now watch closely as I make the famous heart diamond appear on my palm.
Gee whiz, he must be as starved for attention as Greenpeace here.
Hi, Ryan. Great
How
to
are
see
you? You too, you too. Congratulations on such a fun movie. I really enjoyed watching it. How much did you first enjoy being in Abu Dhabi and you know, making the best out of these beautiful locations that were available to you?
We felt so lucky to get to film in Abu Dhabi. I mean, it's such a beautiful city, and I got to say, you all were so welcoming to us and gave us incredible access to these truly cinematic locations. I mean, the Louvre is especially, I think, magical. Well, as soon as we saw it, we thought for sure we have to film the final sequence of the movie. The big performance at the end of the film takes place on that stage, and that felt like an appropriate, you know, museum-worthy performance, hopefully. But it was an incredible setting, and I'm really proud of the way it looks on camera, the way we lit it, and it really felt like an exciting escalation for the film, and conclusion, I should say, escalation and conclusion for the film. And then obviously the W and the F1 track are also spectacular locations, and we felt very special being able to take an F1 car off the track and race it through the streets of Abu Dhabi, which was also really exciting, was to get to explore some other parts of the city and to have some pretend Abu Dhabi police cars chasing with some pretend Abu Dhabi police. But the whole thing was a great experience, and the city and the UAE as a whole couldn't have been more welcoming. So we're very grateful.
And it all looks so great on camera as well. I really loved watching that.
In the world of magic, everything that disappears reappears. It is very good to be back.
Louvre, Abu Dhabi, or Yas Island Circuit in Abu Dhabi? What was the most fun location?
Ooh,
the Louvre was
the
really
Louvre
nice.
was incredible.
Yeah, it was great. But we did all the amusement parks.
Yeah, we did Ferrari World.
How was that?
Ferrari World was epic.
Yeah, and Rosamund Pike was there.
And
Yes, she was.
I'll ask her now. How was it filming in Abu Dhabi in general?
It was pretty amazing. I mean, being in the W Hotel right on the racetrack, that's a real thrill. And the Louvre, I mean, filming in the Louvre after hours is magical. It's an incredible structure, and I think we needed a spectacle at the end of this film, and that really provided it.
Vandenberg Corporation launders money for arms dealers, traffickers, warlords. She makes all the world's worst criminals possible.
Once we decided that we were going to shoot the airport sequence in Abu Dhabi, stay focused. We decided to shoot a desert sequence as well. The desert sequence is something Tom and I have always dreamed about. The location just told us what to do.
Did you think we abandoned you? Or that we'd run out of magic? Well, think again, ladies and gentlemen. It's been 10 years since the Horseman last appeared.
Tell us about Abu Dhabi and the experience of being there, filming it, including, all the Abu Dhabi scenery in it.
It was wild. I mean, such an interesting and
Culturally very different, definitely. But we did enjoy the nature. I feel like there was a few sort of 6 a.m. swims with the sunrise and...
But the scenes are like unbelievable. There's like a racetrack around this hotel. So so the ending of the movie was just like this huge magic trick of an ending.
Thank you so much for just being the most wonderful crew to work with and just such an unbelievable blessing to be here. Thank you.
Want to see a magic trick?
There he is. You enjoying the show?
Shall we get on with it?
What went through your mind, and did it feel a bit uncanny when a real heist happened at the Louvre in Paris? It's a little bit like art.
There was the suggestion that was maybe Now You See Me marketing stunt, and that made me really happy that people associate the Horsemen with any big heists that take place in the world, and certainly in such a significant location as the Louvre Paris, since we got to shoot at the Louvre Abu Dhabi. We're very familiar with the Louvres all over the world.
Bigger and better than anything you have ever seen. It's a 10 million to 1 shot.
Those are my kind of odds. Bring down 2 generations of criminals with a single sleight of hand.
Abracadabra. Huh, nope. Alakazam. Wait. Open sesame.
Still safe with me.
How much do these films feel like family? Obviously, the Horsemen are family themselves. They get new members in this one. But shooting it, does it echo a little bit that sense of camaraderie?
Absolutely. I mean, Jesse and Woody, for me, are practically family because we've been working together for 16 years together. And this was our 4th movie with me and those two. But I was happy to join the rest of the Now You See Me family because Isla and Dave are spectacular human beings, and they really do have such camaraderie, the Four Horsemen, and Morgan Freeman as well, because they've been working together for so long. So I felt very lucky to get to join the family of Now You See Me.
Pay very close attention. You are not going to want to miss this next trick.
One of Ruben's goals for this movie was to have as much real magic as possible, have us do everything practically.
If I had known he was that easy to get rid of.
Not that easy.
That's the brilliant thing of having a guy like Ruben Fleischer. He's able to come up with these images and ideas.
When I heard Ruben say that, I couldn't fully understand what it meant. To me, it didn't seem that different to kind of do the effect on computers or in person.
The final question is the world of illusion. You know, it's so popular with audiences, whether in cinema or in shows, etc. What do you think keeps that fascination for the public for that kind of, you know, trickery world?
I think that, you know, we all want to just find surprise, like, in life. Like, it's rare that as an adult, you see something that you can't explain or understand, and it just fills you with delight. And so that experience of, like, seeing a great magic trick where you just leave with a smile, that's what I wanted to provide for audiences when they see this movie.
Well, I had a great time watching it. Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for hosting us in your beautiful country.
Yeah, everyone was so excited to have you.
In the world of magic, everything that disappears reappears. Whew! It is very good to be back.
Come up, you're gonna be our helper.
Okay, disappear in 3, 2, 1.
J. Daniel Atlas in the house. Who wants to see a magic trick?
How are you guys?
Good.
Great, how are you?
Good, good. It must be so fun to do this all together because it really did feel that the shooting of this one in particular was a family kind of environment. Is it the right impression?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, almost to the point of not being
sibling
like,
rivalry, bickering, like fighting over who gets to stay up late.
I was going to say, we enjoyed each other so much. Sometimes we would, you know, it would take a long time to film sometimes because we were having fun.
We had so much fun. I felt like Ruben was always like, you know, a friend, it was like trying to kind of get in with a joke with us just to try to trick us to go back to set because we were so distracted.
I think we would have made the Horsemen proud. My Atlas was spot on.
Really? I'll be the judge of that. According to that card, for some reason, I need you.
Why not the other horsemen?
The other horsemen are dead.
Oh my God, what?
No, they're like dead to me. Things got too real for them. They gave up. Stop interrupting.
It's been 9 years since the prior one. What has changed about you guys as actors?
These movies are like, for us, they're like, it's work and it's very difficult. For example, learning a lot of these, like the magic that we're doing, but it's also like a summer vacation for us. Like, it's just the most fun group in the world. We love it. We love our characters.
Yeah.
Like, not only are we like, we have great scripts, obviously, but Ruben Fleischer directed this movie. He really loves comedy, so he asked us to improvise as well. So it's just a great feeling of like teamwork, creativity. A lot of what we do in the movie is kind of reflected of how we are off camera.
The heart diamond. It's the most valuable jewel in history.
But what makes this diamond so special?
Because a magical tarot card told us.
For decades, the Vanderbergs have been selling diamonds to warlords, arms dealers, traffickers to help launder their money.
Dominic, new kid on the block. How did it feel to enter the universe?
It was great. It was awesome. I mean, like Jess was saying, it was definitely a lot of hard work. I mean, especially learning the tricks. There's this one trick I had to do in the beginning with these phones, and I broke like 2 phone cases using my own phone to like learn this trick. So some sacrifices were made, but it was
It's such a good trick, though.
Yeah, but worked out in the end. But it was a great time. Yeah.
8 magicians against a worldwide criminal network. I like our chances.
Want to see a magic trick?
That is.
You enjoying the show?
Shall we get on with it?
My final question is about Rosamund Pike. I'm sure she had the most fun being her character, but how much fun was it around her in that mode?
There's a sort of moment where her character has to sort of unravel it to a point without giving anything away. And it was just one of the most amazing kind of things to witness from an acting perspective, because she really is so fearless and she really went there, and it was just impressive to be around her. And her dialect is obviously perfect. And what I love about her interpretation of the character is the pleasure she takes in the mischief and the naughtiness, and she doesn't get sort of like dark with that character. It's always playful, which I think is the right tone for these movies. And I think she was just like, these movies sort of live or die on their villain in a way, and I think we just couldn't have gotten luckier.
Hey guys, dead end.
Open sesame.
Way to represent, Merritt.
Worth a try, was it? Never know.
I think you do know.
You guys used to be the Horsemen.
Why did you break up?
We made some huge mistakes. We got sloppy, cocky.
Sorry guys, that's really a bummer.
How are you guys?
Good.
Good. It must be so exciting to do these things together, because I really felt, especially in this one, like this was like a big extended family type of vibe on set. Is it the right impression?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
We love each other.
So much.
I've known kind of the original crew for nearly 15 years now, and we laugh so much together. And these two, and then Dominic Sessa, they came in and just seamlessly from day one integrated themselves. And now we are all family.
We are all together.
Whoa. Together, Allison Brie and Dave Franco. Check it out on VOD.
Yeah, exactly. That was a very subtle.
Don't worry, we'll work in regretting you into this.
Yeah, please.
I heard you talking. According to that card, for some reason, I need you.
Charlie, June, and Bozo.
It's Bosco Leroy.
What did you type fictional magician name into ChatGPT?
Oh, that's actually my real name, Atlas.
Ariana, Justice, how did it feel to kind of come into the universe of Now You See Me? Had you seen the first two? It must feel so exciting to be on those sets.
It was.
I love watching them.
Yeah, I know. The movies are great. It was a little scary because it's such a big ensemble, and the original Horsemen didn't have to be as nice as they were, but like from day one, they were so welcoming. They wanted to include us on all their like inside jokes and games and stuff. And I remember one time, like, they were like standing in the corner, like laughing about something, and me, you, and Dominic were like, we're gonna laugh louder. And then Isla was like, wait, no, really, do you guys feel left out? Please come over here. And like, we were just joking, but like, they were so sincerely about like involving us in the group.
Yeah.
And yeah, they really didn't have to do that, so
Yeah.
it meant a lot.
The Vanderburg Corporation launders money for arms dealers, traffickers, warlords. She makes all the world's worst criminals possible.
She doesn't just launder money, she kills people.
This is a chance to make a real difference.
I heard there was some improvisation. The new Horsemen got to improvise as well, or only the original ones?
We all were.
Only the originals are allowed.
We all got to improvise. They cut all of ours, and they kept all the originals.
Yeah. They're like, have fun, maybe a workshop for the next one.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
for you, Ariana, you got to improvise with your hands. I mean, she's got a lot of dexterity without giving too much.
That's very true. Great.
Did you improvise with those hands?
I improvised with those hands, Dave. I improvised. Here's the thing about this cast. At the core of it, they are all the funniest people I've ever met. We all seamlessly got each other's humor, which I feel like is very rare for the amount of people on set. And yeah, I feel like with even like you and I, we would look at each other, we'd make eye contact, and we just want to laugh. Like there was so much happiness and so much laughter and so many giggles that improvising came pretty easy for us.
Yeah.
We all understood our characters and we understood the appropriate time for things, but we also could just riff forever.
And our director, Ruben Fleischer, he comes from a comedy background. And so I think at his heart, that's what he loves the most. And so he really encouraged us to kind of go off book and try to find these humorous moments.
Yeah.
You got this, Jack?
Wait, don't you mean June?
Come on, this isn't fair. I've been picking locks since before she was born.
When does he start the lock picking?
Don't rush me.
He's got it.
Mind if I just, lead the way?
I think he loosened it for her, ultimately. The heart diamond. It's the most valuable jewel in history.
But what makes this diamond so special?
Because a magical tarot card told us.
For decades, the Vanderburgs have been selling diamonds to warlords, arms dealers, traffickers to help launder their money.
How are you, Rosamund?
Hello, very well. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you so much. She may not be the most delicious person as a character, but she must have been so delicious to play, wasn't she?
Veronica Vanderburg was delicious to play, yeah. A villain is fun to watch if they're having fun, is my basic principle. And so I wanted to see Veronica living her best life until she isn't. I wanted to see her, you know, self-satisfied and vain and pleased with herself and, you know, full of her own type of illusion, which is to spin the rarity of the diamonds that are produced from her mine and, you know, sell her own illusions to the world.
If you want to stop the devil, don't cut off her hands. You lift her wallet.
Open sesame.
Still safe with me.
Relax. Diamonds are forever.
Stop him!
There was a lot of improvisation. Did you partake in it? How much did you feel that you could just give her your own spin?
I don't think I mean, I'm very respectful of the script and I was able to, you know, take that in a direction that I lent into early on in conversation with the writers and with the director. I mean, I think on the day, maybe I added 1 or 2 lines. I can't remember. Is that what other people have told you? I don't know.
No, everyone was what they told me is that you had a lot of fun at Ferrari World. That's what they told me about you.
Yeah, we did. The New Horseman took me to Ferrari World and made me love roller coasters. Yeah.
My horsemen. We were brought together for a reason.
Get me kicked in.
Bring down 2 generations of criminals with a single sleight of hand.
Her clients being around, and I assume she's a very easy background to imagine, like background story.
Yes, I mean, I think as a villain, you know, there is a personal dimension to her story, which is, you know, it's unusual. And I think for me, there's a very real person inside, which obviously means I can make a more 3-dimensional woman out of her. You know, there is a familial background story that suggests that as a young woman, you know, she came from a very privileged background, but she had her own hurts and sufferings within that. And I think she decided to hurt people back as a reaction to that. And I could understand it. So I have empathy for her as well as judgment, I think.
Hey guys, dead end.
Open sesame.
Way to represent, Merritt.
Worth a try, was it? Never know.
I think you do know.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.